Emotional Alchemy: Transforming Negative Emotions into Empowerment. Written and published by MSE Boost. Are you tired of feeling held back by negative emotions? Do you long to break free from the cycles of anger, sadness, fear, and shame that keep you stuck in patterns of limitation and suffering? What if I told you that these challenging emotions hold the key to your greatest growth, healing, and empowerment? Welcome to the world of emotional alchemy, the art and science of transmuting negative emotions into sources of strength, wisdom, and resilience. In this groundbreaking book, you'll discover how to harness the power of your emotions and use them as fuel for profound personal and collective transformation. Through a blend of cutting-edge psychology, ancient wisdom traditions, and practical exercises, you'll learn how to develop a new relationship with your emotions, one characterized by curiosity, compassion, and self-mastery. Identify and reframe the hidden beliefs and patterns that keep you stuck in negative emotional states. Cultivate the emotional intelligence and resilience needed to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and grace. Communicate effectively and build stronger, more authentic relationships. Integrate emotional alchemy into your daily life and work for greater purpose, creativity, and impact. And much more. Whether you're struggling with a specific emotional challenge or simply seeking to live a more authentic and fulfilling life, Emotional Alchemy offers a powerful and transformative path forward. You'll gain a deeper understanding of the nature and purpose of your emotions and learn how to work with them skillfully and compassionately. But this book is more than just a self-help guide. It's a call to action for a more emotionally intelligent and compassionate world. By learning to alchemize your own emotions, you'll become a catalyst for positive change in your relationships, your community, and the world at large. You'll discover that your greatest challenges and struggles hold the seeds of your deepest wisdom and most powerful gifts. You'll learn to trust in the inherent goodness and resilience of your being, even in the face of adversity and uncertainty. And you'll step into your power as an emotional alchemist, able to transform even the darkest of experiences into opportunities for growth, healing, and awakening. So if you're ready to take your emotional well-being and personal growth to the next level, Emotional Alchemy is the book you've been waiting for. With its perfect blend of theory and practice, heart and mind, science and spirituality, this book is a true gem in the world of transformational literature. You'll feel a sense of excitement and possibility stirring within you. You'll recognize that you have the power to alchemize your own emotions and create the life you truly desire, one of authentic expression, deep connection, and boundless creativity. You'll discover that your emotions are not your enemy, but your greatest ally and teacher on the path of personal and collective transformation. And you'll gain the tools, insights, and support you need to navigate even the most challenging emotional terrain with grace, compassion, and wisdom. Rest in the perfect timing and unfolding of your path, and know that every step you take towards greater emotional mastery is a gift to yourself and the world. Get ready to transform your emotions, your life, and your world with the power of emotional alchemy. Your journey begins now. Chapter 1. The Power of Emotional Transformation. Emotions are the currents that shape our inner world, coloring our thoughts, influencing our actions, and defining our experiences. While we often label emotions as positive or negative, the truth is that all emotions, even the uncomfortable ones, serve a purpose in our lives. They act as messengers, guiding us towards growth, healing, and self-discovery, if only we learn to listen. This book is an invitation to embark on a transformative journey, one where you'll discover how to alchemize your negative emotions into sources of strength, resilience, and personal empowerment. By learning to work with your emotions rather than against them, you'll unlock a profound capacity for change and growth. The concept of emotional alchemy draws from a rich tapestry of wisdom, weaving together insights from psychology, neuroscience, and ancient spiritual traditions. At its core, emotional alchemy is about transmuting the lead of our painful emotions into the gold of self-understanding, compassion, and inner transformation. When we're in the grip of intense emotions like anger, sadness, or fear, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and powerless. We might try to suppress these feelings, distract ourselves from them, or numb ourselves with unhealthy coping mechanisms. But what if we could learn to approach our negative emotions with curiosity and openness, instead of resistance and avoidance? The practice of emotional alchemy teaches us to do just that. By bringing mindful awareness to our emotional experiences, we can begin to uncover the hidden messages and gifts within them. We can learn to channel the energy of our anger into assertiveness and boundary setting, to allow our sadness to deepen our capacity for empathy and connection, and to use our fear as a compass pointing us towards our deepest values and desires. Through the pages of this book, you'll gain a new understanding of your emotional landscape and discover practical tools for transforming even your most challenging emotions into allies on your path of personal growth. You'll learn to reframe your relationship with discomfort, seeing it not as something to avoid, but as a catalyst for change and expansion. The journey of emotional alchemy is not always easy, but it is infinitely rewarding. As you learn to embrace the full spectrum of your emotional experience with compassion and curiosity, you'll find yourself developing a greater sense of wholeness, authenticity, and inner freedom. You'll discover that your negative emotions, once transformed, can become powerful sources of insight, creativity, and motivation. So if you're ready to dive deep into your emotional world and unlock the transformative power within, this book is for you. Whether you're struggling with persistent patterns of anger, grief, anxiety, or shame, or simply longing to develop a more intimate and empowered relationship with your emotions, the tools and insights in these pages will support you on your journey. As we explore the science and practice of emotional alchemy together, I invite you to approach this work with an open mind, a willing heart, and a spirit of self-compassion. Remember that transformation is a process, not a destination. Honor your own unique path and trust in the wisdom of your emotions to guide you towards greater self-awareness, resilience, and emotional freedom. The path of emotional alchemy is a courageous one, but know that you don't have to walk it alone. With the support of this book and the practices within it, you'll be well equipped to navigate even the stormiest emotional seas. And as you learn to alchemize your negative emotions into sources of strength and wisdom, you'll discover a profound sense of empowerment and liberation. So take a deep breath, turn the page, and let the transformative journey of emotional alchemy begin. Your negative emotions are not obstacles to be overcome, but opportunities for growth and self-discovery. With curiosity, compassion, and a willingness to engage with your emotional world in a new way, you'll find that even your darkest shadows can be illuminated by the light of awareness and understanding. As you embark on this path, trust in the innate wisdom of your emotions and in your own capacity for transformation. The tools and insights in this book are here to support you, but the true alchemy happens within the crucible of your own heart and mind. May you find the courage to meet your emotions with openness and grace, and may the journey of emotional alchemy lead you to ever greater depths of self-awareness, resilience, and emotional freedom. Chapter 2. The Science of Emotions. Emotions are not just fleeting feelings. They are complex physiological and psychological experiences that involve intricate interplays between our brains, bodies, and environment. Understanding the science behind emotions equips us with a foundational knowledge that can transform our relationship with our inner world. At the core of our emotional experiences lies the brain, a marvel of evolutionary engineering. The brain's limbic system, which includes structures like the amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus, plays a crucial role in processing and regulating emotions. When we encounter a stimulus, whether it's a stressful event or a joyful surprise, these limbic structures spring into action, triggering a cascade of neurochemical reactions that shape our emotional response. One key player in this neurochemical dance is the neurotransmitter serotonin. Often referred to as the happiness hormone, serotonin helps regulate mood, sleep, and appetite. Low levels of serotonin have been linked to depression and anxiety. while higher levels promote feelings of well-being and contentment. By understanding the role of serotonin in our emotional lives, we can take steps to support healthy serotonin function through lifestyle choices like regular exercise, balanced nutrition, and stress management practices. Another important neurochemical in the realm of emotions is dopamine, the reward hormone. Dopamine is released when we engage in pleasurable activities or anticipate a reward, creating feelings of motivation, desire, and satisfaction. However, imbalances in dopamine levels can contribute to addictive behaviors and emotional dysregulation. By cultivating healthy sources of dopamine through meaningful pursuits and relationships, we can promote emotional resilience and well-being. Beyond brain chemistry, our emotions are also deeply intertwined with our physical bodies. The autonomic nervous system, which controls involuntary functions like heart rate and digestion, plays a significant role in our emotional experiences. When we're stressed or anxious, our sympathetic nervous system kicks into high gear, triggering the fight or flight response. This can lead to physical symptoms like rapid heartbeat, sweating, and muscle tension. On the other hand, the parasympathetic nervous system, often called the rest and digest response, helps calm the body and promote relaxation. By developing an awareness of how our emotions manifest in our bodies, we can learn to regulate our physiological responses and promote emotional balance. Practices like deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, and mindfulness meditation can help engage the parasympathetic nervous system and reduce the physical symptoms of stress and anxiety. The science of emotions also highlights the profound interconnection between our emotional and physical health. Chronic emotional distress, such as prolonged stress or unresolved trauma, can take a toll on the body, contributing to inflammation, weakened immunity, and increased risk for physical health problems. Conversely, prioritizing emotional well-being through self-care practices, healthy relationships, and effective stress management can have a positive impact on overall physical health. As we deepen our understanding of the biological underpinnings of emotions, it's essential to remember that our emotional experiences are also shaped by our unique life histories, beliefs, and cultural contexts. Our early experiences, attachment styles, and learned patterns of emotional expression all contribute to our individual emotional landscapes. By combining the insights of neuroscience with a compassionate understanding of our personal stories, we can develop a more nuanced and empowered relationship with our emotions. We can learn to observe our emotional experiences with curiosity rather than judgment, to befriend our nervous system rather than fight against it, and to cultivate practices that promote emotional regulation and resilience. The science of emotions offers a powerful lens through which to understand and transform our inner world. By appreciating the complex interplay of brain, body, and environment that shapes our emotional experiences, we can develop a more grounded and empowered approach to emotional well-being. With this foundation in place, we can begin to explore the specific strategies and practices that allow us to alchemize even our most challenging emotions into sources of strength, wisdom, and growth. Chapter 3. Identifying your emotional patterns. Emotions are not random occurrences. They often follow predictable patterns based on our unique life experiences, beliefs, and coping strategies. Identifying these patterns is a crucial step in the emotional alchemy process, as it allows us to bring conscious awareness to our emotional triggers and reactions. One common emotional pattern is catastrophizing, or consistently anticipating the worst-case scenario. If you find yourself constantly worrying about potential disasters or ruminating on worst-case outcomes, you may be prone to catastrophizing. This pattern can fuel anxiety and stress, leading to a chronic state of emotional distress. To counteract catastrophizing, practice challenging your worst-case assumptions with rational, evidence-based thinking. Ask yourself, what is the likelihood of this feared outcome actually occurring? What evidence do I have to support my worries? By questioning your catastrophic thoughts, you can gradually train your mind to generate more balanced, realistic perspectives. Emotional suppression is another common pattern that can hinder emotional well-being. If you tend to bottle up your feelings, avoiding or minimizing emotional experiences, you may be engaging in emotional suppression. While this strategy may provide temporary relief, it often backfires in the long run, leading to emotional numbness, disconnection, and unresolved emotional baggage. To break free from emotional suppression, start by practicing mindful acknowledgement of your feelings. When an emotion arises, take a moment to name it without judgment. Say to yourself, "I'm feeling angry," or "I'm experiencing sadness." By simply acknowledging your emotions, you create space for them to be processed and released in a healthy way. Perfectionism is another emotional pattern that can generate significant distress. If you hold yourself to impossibly high standards, criticize yourself harshly for mistakes, or feel a constant pressure to be flawless, perfectionism may be at play. This pattern can lead to chronic feelings of inadequacy, anxiety, and burnout. To combat perfectionism, practice self-compassion and reframe your definition of success. Recognize that mistakes and setbacks are inevitable parts of the human experience. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would extend to a beloved friend. Set realistic, achievable goals and celebrate your progress along the way, rather than fixating solely on the end result. Emotional contagion, or the tendency to absorb and mirror the emotions of those around us, is another common pattern. If you find yourself consistently taking on the stress, anxiety, or negativity of others, you may be prone to emotional contagion. This pattern can leave you feeling drained, overwhelmed, and disconnected from your own emotional needs. To protect yourself from emotional contagion, practice setting healthy boundaries and cultivating emotional autonomy. Give yourself permission to prioritize your own well-being, even if it means saying no to requests or distancing yourself from toxic emotional environments. Regularly check in with your own feelings and needs, and take steps to nurture your emotional resilience. Emotional reasoning, or the tendency to treat our feelings as facts, is another pattern that can distort our perception of reality. If you find yourself making decisions or drawing conclusions based solely on your emotional state, emotional reasoning may be at play. For example, "I feel anxious, so something bad must be about to happen," or "I feel guilty, so I must have done something wrong." To counteract emotional reasoning, practice separating your feelings from the facts of a situation. Remind yourself that emotions, while valid and important, do not always reflect objective reality. Seek out evidence and alternative perspectives to balance your emotional responses and make more grounded, rational choices. Identifying your emotional patterns requires a commitment to self-reflection and honest self-assessment. Keep an emotional journal, noting the situations that trigger strong emotional reactions and the thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors that follow. Over time, you may begin to notice recurring themes and patterns in your emotional life. Self-reflection exercises can also deepen your emotional self-awareness. Set aside dedicated time for introspection, free from distractions. Ask yourself exploratory questions like, what emotions do I tend to experience most often? What situations or people consistently trigger strong emotional reactions in me? How do I typically respond to uncomfortable emotions? As you bring greater awareness to your emotional patterns, approach your discoveries with compassion and curiosity. Remember that these patterns often develop as coping strategies, aiming to protect you from perceived threats or pain. Honor the underlying needs and vulnerabilities that drive these patterns, even as you work to transform them. Identifying your emotional patterns is a lifelong process of self-discovery and growth. As you develop a clearer understanding of your unique emotional landscape, you empower yourself to make more conscious choices, break free from limiting patterns, and cultivate greater emotional resilience. With patience, practice, and self-compassion, you will gradually learn to alchemize even your most entrenched emotional patterns into sources of insight, strength, and transformation. Chapter 4. The Alchemy Mindset. The alchemy mindset is a powerful paradigm shift that transforms our relationship with negative emotions. Rather than viewing difficult feelings as obstacles to be avoided or eliminated, the alchemy mindset invites us to approach them as opportunities for growth, self-discovery, and transformation. At the heart of the alchemy mindset lies a fundamental belief in the human capacity for change and resilience. It recognizes that even our most painful emotions contain valuable information and energy that can be harnessed for personal growth. By reframing negative emotions as raw materials for transformation, we open ourselves up to a world of possibilities. One key aspect of cultivating an alchemy mindset is developing a growth mindset. Coined by psychologist Carol Dweck, a growth mindset is the belief that our abilities and traits are not fixed, but can be developed through dedication and hard work. When we apply this concept to our emotional lives, we begin to see challenges and setbacks as opportunities to learn, adapt, and evolve. To foster a growth mindset, practice embracing discomfort as a sign of growth. When difficult emotions arise, resist the urge to push them away or label them as bad. Instead, get curious about what these emotions are trying to teach you. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I use this discomfort to expand my emotional resilience and self-awareness? Another crucial component of the alchemy mindset is reframing negative emotions as messengers rather than enemies. Every emotion, no matter how uncomfortable, serves a purpose. Fear alerts us to potential dangers and encourages us to take protective action. Anger signals that a boundary has been crossed or an injustice has occurred. Sadness helps us process loss and cultivate compassion for ourselves and others. By listening to the messages beneath our negative emotions, we gain valuable insights into our needs, values, and areas for growth. Practice acknowledging your emotions without judgment, using phrases like, "I'm feeling scared, and that's okay," or "I'm experiencing anger, and I'm curious about what it's trying to tell me." This non-judgmental awareness creates space for emotions to be processed and released in a healthy way. Cultivating an alchemy mindset also requires a willingness to challenge limiting beliefs about emotions. Many of us have internalized messages like, "Crying is weak," "Anger is destructive," or "I shouldn't feel this way." These beliefs can lead to emotional suppression, self-judgment, and disconnection from our authentic experiences. To break free from limiting beliefs, practice questioning the thoughts that fuel them. When you catch yourself thinking, "I'm too sensitive," or "I shouldn't be struggling with this," pause and examine the evidence. Are these beliefs true, or are they based on societal conditioning or past experiences? Can you find counterexamples that challenge these beliefs? Replacing limiting beliefs with empowering ones is a gradual process, but it can have a profound impact on your emotional well-being. Try adopting beliefs like, "All emotions are valid and deserve to be heard," "I am strong enough to handle difficult feelings," or "My sensitivity is a gift that allows me to connect deeply with others." Repeat these affirmations regularly, especially when facing emotional challenges. The alchemy mindset also emphasizes the importance of self-compassion in emotional transformation. When we're struggling with negative emotions, it's easy to fall into patterns of self-criticism and blame. We might berate ourselves for not being strong enough or getting over it faster. Self-compassion offers an antidote to this harsh self-talk. It involves treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding, and support we would offer a good friend. When difficult emotions arise, try placing a hand on your heart and speaking to yourself gently, using phrases like, "This is a difficult moment, and I'm here for you," or "You're doing the best you can, and that's enough." Developing self-compassion is a practice, not a destination. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to challenge deeply ingrained patterns of self-judgment. But as we learn to meet our own pain with tenderness and understanding, we create a solid foundation for emotional alchemy to unfold. The alchemy mindset is not about bypassing or spiritually bypassing negative emotions. It's not about forcing ourselves to think positive. or denying the reality of our pain. Rather, it's about developing a new relationship with our emotions, one characterized by curiosity, acceptance, and a belief in our own resilience. As you begin to embody the alchemy mindset, you will likely encounter resistance and setbacks along the way. Old patterns of avoidance, suppression, and self-judgment may reassert themselves, especially in times of stress or uncertainty. This is a normal part of the growth process and doesn't mean you're failing or backsliding. When you notice yourself slipping into old patterns, meet yourself with compassion and gently redirect your attention back to the principles of emotional alchemy. Remind yourself that growth is not linear and that every moment offers a new opportunity to choose a different response. Treat the cultivation of an alchemy mindset as an ongoing practice rather than a one-time event. Look for opportunities to apply this mindset in your daily life. Whether you're navigating a challenging conversation, processing a painful experience, or simply sitting with a difficult emotion. Over time, as you consistently choose to meet your negative emotions with curiosity, compassion, and a growth-oriented perspective, you'll find that the alchemy mindset becomes second nature. You'll develop a deep trust in your own resilience and a greater capacity to transform even the most challenging emotions into sources of insight, healing, and empowerment. The alchemy mindset is a catalyst for profound emotional transformation. By reframing negative emotions as opportunities, cultivating self-compassion, and embracing discomfort as a sign of growth, you'll unlock your innate capacity for emotional resilience and self-discovery. As you embody this mindset more fully, you'll find yourself not just surviving difficult emotions, but thriving in their presence, alchemizing them into fuel for your own growth and evolution. Chapter 5. Understanding anger. Anger is a powerful, complex emotion that serves a vital purpose in our lives. It alerts us to threats, injustices, and unmet needs, and it mobilizes us to take action in the face of adversity. Yet, for many of us, anger remains a misunderstood and feared emotion, one we've been taught to suppress, avoid, or express in unhealthy ways. The first step in alchemizing anger is to develop a deeper understanding of its nature and functions. Anger is a physiological response that activates the sympathetic nervous system, triggering a cascade of physical changes like increased heart rate, rapid breathing, and a surge of adrenaline. These changes prepare the body for action, whether that's fighting, fleeing, or asserting our needs and boundaries. On a psychological level, anger often arises in response to perceived threats to our well-being, values, or sense of self. It can be triggered by external events, like a hurtful comment or an unfair situation, or by internal experiences, like feelings of frustration, powerlessness, or unmet expectations. It's important to recognize that not all anger is created equal. Righteous anger, or anger in response to injustice or moral transgressions, can be a powerful catalyst for positive change. Think of the anger that fuels social movements, protests against oppression, or advocacy for the marginalized and vulnerable. This type of anger is rooted in a deep sense of values and a desire to create a more just and compassionate world. On the other hand, destructive anger, or anger that is expressed in harmful or abusive ways, can lead to damaged relationships, violence, and a perpetuation of toxic cycles. This type of anger often stems from unresolved pain, trauma, or feelings of powerlessness, and it seeks to control or dominate others as a way of regaining a sense of safety or control. One key to alchemizing anger is to cultivate the ability to differentiate between righteous and destructive anger. When you feel anger rising within you, take a moment to pause and reflect on its source. Ask yourself, is this anger rooted in my values and a desire for positive change? Or is it stemming from my own unhealed wounds and a need to control or punish others? This discernment requires a willingness to look honestly at our own shadows and to take responsibility for our emotional responses. It's not always easy to acknowledge when our anger is coming from a place of pain or reactivity, but doing so is an essential step in transforming it into a force for good. Another important aspect of understanding anger is recognizing its physical and emotional signs. Anger can manifest differently for different people, but common physical signs include tension in the jaw, neck, or shoulders, clenched fists, and a feeling of heat or pressure in the chest or head. Emotional signs might include irritability, impatience, or a sense of being easily triggered or reactive. By becoming attuned to your own anger signatures, you can develop the capacity to catch anger early, before it escalates into destructive behavior. This awareness allows you to make a conscious choice about how to respond to anger, rather than being hijacked by it. It's also helpful to identify your unique anger triggers, or the situations, people, or experiences that tend to provoke an angry response. Common triggers might include feeling disrespected, unheard, or powerless, experiencing injustice or unfairness, or having our boundaries or values violated. Once you've identified your triggers, you can begin to develop strategies for managing them in a healthy way. This might involve setting clear boundaries, communicating your needs assertively, or finding healthy outlets for expressing your anger, like physical exercise or creative pursuits. It's important to remember that the goal of emotional alchemy is not to eliminate anger altogether, but rather to transform it into a constructive force. Anger, when channeled consciously and responsibly, can be a powerful catalyst for change, both in our personal lives and in the world at large. Think of the times when your anger has motivated you to stand up for yourself, to assert your worth, or to fight for a cause you believe in. These are examples of anger being alchemized into empowerment, courage, and righteous action. As you deepen your understanding of anger and its functions, be patient and compassionate with yourself. Unlearning old patterns of suppressing or expressing anger destructively takes time and practice. There will be moments when you fall back into old habits or react in ways you later regret. When this happens, meet yourself with understanding and forgiveness, and recommit to the ongoing practice of emotional alchemy. With time and intention, you'll begin to develop a more conscious, empowered relationship with your anger, one that allows you to harness its energy for positive transformation. Anger is a sacred emotion, one that deserves our respect and attention. By learning to approach it with curiosity, discernment, and skill, we can tap into its transformative potential and use it to fuel our growth, healing, and empowerment. As you continue to explore the alchemy of anger, trust in your own wisdom and resilience, and know that every moment of anger is an opportunity for greater self-awareness and positive change. Chapter 6. Channeling anger into assertiveness. Anger, when channeled constructively, can be a powerful catalyst for assertiveness and positive change. Assertiveness is the ability to express your needs, wants, and boundaries clearly and respectfully, without resorting to aggression or passivity. It's a skill that allows you to advocate for yourself and others, while maintaining healthy relationships and a sense of personal integrity. One of the key ways to alchemize anger into assertiveness is through effective communication. When you feel angry, it's easy to fall into patterns of either aggressive communication, attacking, blaming, or intimidating others, or passive communication, suppressing your own needs and allowing others to violate your boundaries. Assertive communication, on the other hand, seeks to find a balance between your own rights and the rights of others. To communicate assertively, start by taking a few deep breaths and grounding yourself in the present moment. This helps to regulate the physiological response of anger and allows you to approach the situation with greater clarity and calm. Next, express your feelings and needs using I statements rather than you statements. For example, instead of saying, "You never listen to me," try saying, "I feel frustrated when I don't feel heard." This shifts the focus from blame to personal responsibility and opens up space for dialogue and resolution. It's also important to be specific and direct in your communication. Avoid generalizations or vague statements, and instead focus on the concrete behavior or situation that's triggering your anger. For example, instead of saying, "You're always so selfish," try saying, "When you borrowed my car without asking." I felt disrespected and taken for granted. Another key aspect of assertive communication is active listening. When you're feeling angry, it's easy to get caught up in your own perspective and fail to hear the other person's point of view. By practicing active listening, giving your full attention, asking clarifying questions, and reflecting back what you've heard, you create space for mutual understanding and resolution. Assertiveness also involves setting and maintaining healthy boundaries. Boundaries are the limits we set around our time, energy, and personal space, and they help to protect our well-being and maintain healthy relationships. When anger arises in response to a boundary violation, it's an opportunity to reassert that boundary and communicate your needs clearly. This might involve saying no to unreasonable requests, declining invitations that don't align with your values or self-care needs, or ending relationships that are consistently toxic or draining. Setting boundaries can be challenging, especially if you've been conditioned to prioritize others' needs over your own. It requires practice, patience, and a willingness to tolerate discomfort or disapproval from others. Start by identifying your own values, needs, and limits, and practice communicating them clearly and consistently. Use phrases like, "I'm not comfortable with that," or "I need some time to myself right now," to assert your boundaries in a firm but respectful way. It's also important to be prepared for pushback or resistance from others when you start setting boundaries. Some people may react with anger, guilt-tripping, or attempts to manipulate or control you. In these moments, it's crucial to stand firm in your own truth and to reaffirm your right to self-care and autonomy. Remember that setting boundaries is not selfish or unkind, it's an act of self-love and self-respect. By honoring your own needs and limits, you create space for more authentic, fulfilling relationships and a greater sense of personal empowerment. Another way to channel anger into assertiveness is through problem solving and action taking. When anger arises in response to an injustice or a problem that needs to be addressed, it can be a powerful motivator for change. Instead of getting stuck in the cycle of anger and reactivity, try channeling that energy into brainstorming solutions and taking concrete steps to address the issue at hand. This might involve advocating for change within your community, volunteering for a cause you believe in, or taking steps to improve a difficult situation in your personal or professional life. The key is to focus on what you can control, rather than getting caught up in blame, resentment, or helplessness. By taking action, even small steps, you channel your anger into a sense of empowerment and agency. Channeling anger into assertiveness is a practice that requires courage, vulnerability, and a commitment to personal growth. It means being willing to face discomfort, to speak your truth, and to stand up for yourself and others, even when it's difficult. But as you develop these skills, you'll find that anger becomes a powerful ally in creating the life you want. You'll develop a greater sense of self-respect, authenticity, and personal power, and you'll be better equipped to navigate challenges and conflicts with grace and resilience. Assertiveness is not about dominating others or always getting your way. It's about finding a balance between your own needs and the needs of those around you. It's about communicating honestly, setting healthy boundaries, and taking action to create positive change. Anger, when channeled into assertiveness, becomes a force for good in the world. It allows us to stand up against injustice, to advocate for the marginalized and oppressed, and to create a more compassionate, equitable society. So next time you feel the heat of anger rising within you, take a moment to pause and reflect on how you can alchemize that energy into assertive, purposeful action. Trust in your own voice, your own truth, and your own power to create change. And know that every act of assertiveness, no matter how small, is a step towards a more empowered, authentic, and fulfilling life. Chapter 7. Transforming anger into motivation. Anger, when left unchecked, can be a destructive force, leading to conflicts, damaged relationships, and even physical harm. Yet, when channeled constructively, anger can be a powerful source of motivation. propelling us towards our goals and fueling positive change in our lives and the world around us. The key to transforming anger into motivation lies in understanding the message behind the emotion. Anger often arises when we feel that our needs are not being met, our boundaries are being violated, or our values are being compromised. By listening to the wisdom of our anger, we can identify what truly matters to us and take action to create the changes we wish to see. One practical way to harness the motivational power of anger is through goal setting. When you feel angry about a situation in your life, take a step back and ask yourself, what do I want to be different? What changes would I like to see happen? Use the energy of your anger to clarify your desires and set specific, measurable goals for yourself. For example, if you feel angry about a lack of progress in your career, use that anger to fuel your motivation to take action. Set goals around developing new skills, networking with industry professionals, or applying for higher-level positions. Channel the intensity of your anger into a focused, purposeful drive towards your desired outcomes. It's important to ensure that your goals are rooted in your own values and authentic desires, rather than in a desire to prove something to others or to seek revenge. Anger-fueled motivation is most effective when it comes from a place of self-awareness and personal integrity. As you work towards your goals, you may encounter obstacles and setbacks along the way. This is where the transformative power of anger can really shine. When faced with challenges, it's easy to become discouraged or to give up altogether. But by tapping into the energy of your anger, you can find the strength and determination to persevere. Remind yourself of why you set these goals in the first place, the values, needs, and desires that your anger was signaling. Use the intensity of your emotion to fuel your commitment to your goals, even in the face of adversity. One effective way to maintain motivation in the face of obstacles is to break your goals down into smaller, manageable steps. This can help to make the journey feel less overwhelming and can provide a sense of progress and accomplishment along the way. Celebrate your small victories and use them as evidence of your ability to create change. Each step forward, no matter how small, is a testament to the transformative power of your anger and your own resilience and strength. It's also important to surround yourself with supportive people who can encourage and motivate you along the way. Seek out friends, family members, or mentors who believe in your goals and who can offer guidance and accountability as you work towards them. Remember that transforming anger into motivation is not about suppressing or denying the emotion, but rather about channeling it in a constructive direction. Allow yourself to feel the full intensity of your anger, while also maintaining a sense of perspective and self-control. This can be a delicate balance, and it requires practice and self-awareness to master. There may be times when your anger feels overwhelming, or when you slip into old patterns of destructive behavior. In these moments, it's important to extend compassion and forgiveness to yourself, while also recommitting to your goals and values. One helpful tool for maintaining this balance is mindfulness. By practicing mindfulness techniques such as deep breathing, meditation, or journaling, you can develop a greater capacity to observe your anger without getting caught up in it. You can learn to create space between the stimulus of your anger and your response, allowing you to choose a more constructive path forward. Another key aspect of transforming anger into motivation is learning to reframe challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. When faced with obstacles or setbacks, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I use this challenge to become stronger, wiser, or more resilient? By adopting a growth mindset, you can transform even the most difficult circumstances into fuel for your personal and professional development. You can begin to see your anger not as a hindrance, but as a powerful tool for creating positive change in your life. Transforming anger into motivation is a skill that can be cultivated and strengthened over time. The more you practice harnessing the energy of your anger and channeling it towards your goals, the more natural and effective it will become. You may find that as you develop this skill, your relationship with anger begins to shift. Rather than seeing it as a negative or destructive emotion, you may start to view it as a valuable source of information and energy. You may even find yourself feeling grateful for your anger, as it helps to clarify your values and propel you towards a more fulfilling life. Transforming anger into motivation is a powerful tool for creating lasting, positive change in your life and the world around you. By learning to listen to the wisdom of your anger and channel it towards your goals and values, you can tap into a deep source of strength, resilience, and purpose. Trust in the transformative power of your own emotions, and know that every moment of anger is an opportunity for growth, learning, and empowerment. With practice, patience, and self-compassion, you can learn to alchemize even the most intense anger into a force for good in your life and beyond. The path of transforming anger into motivation is not always easy, but it is immensely rewarding. As you continue on this journey, be kind to yourself and celebrate your progress along the way. Know that every step forward, no matter how small, is a testament to your own strength and resilience. Chapter 8. Releasing Anger Mindfully. Anger, while a natural and potentially transformative emotion, can become toxic and damaging when held onto for too long. Learning to release anger mindfully is a crucial skill in the practice of emotional alchemy, allowing us to process and let go of the emotion in a healthy, constructive way. One of the most effective tools for releasing anger mindfully is the practice of mindfulness itself. Mindfulness involves bringing our full attention to the present moment, observing our thoughts, feelings, and sensations without judgment or reactivity. When we approach our anger with mindfulness, we create space to understand and process the emotion, rather than getting caught up in it or acting out in destructive ways. To practice mindful anger release, start by finding a quiet, safe space where you can be alone with your emotions. Take a few deep breaths, grounding yourself in the present moment. Allow yourself to feel the full intensity of your anger, without trying to suppress or change it. Notice how the anger feels in your body. Does it manifest as tension in your jaw or shoulders? A tightness in your chest? A burning sensation in your stomach? Simply observe these physical sensations without trying to alter them. Next, bring your attention to your thoughts and beliefs around the anger. What stories are you telling yourself about the situation or person that triggered your anger? Are these stories based on fact, or are they colored by assumptions, judgments, or past experiences? Challenge these thoughts with curiosity and openness. Look for alternative perspectives or explanations. Remind yourself that your thoughts are not necessarily true or helpful, and that you have the power to choose which thoughts to focus on and which to let go. As you sit with your anger, you may find that the intensity of the emotion begins to shift or dissipate on its own. This is a natural part of the emotional processing cycle. Allow yourself to feel the full arc of the emotion, without clinging to it or pushing it away. If the anger persists or feels overwhelming, there are several physical techniques you can use to help release it in a safe, controlled way. One such technique is progressive muscle relaxation. Start by tensing and releasing each muscle group in your body, starting with your toes and working your way up to your head. As you tense each muscle group, imagine your anger being channeled into that area of your body. Then, as you release the tension, visualize the anger dissipating and leaving your body. Another effective physical technique for releasing anger is expressive movement. This can take many forms, such as dancing, shaking, or even stomping your feet. The key is to allow your body to move in a way that feels authentic and cathartic, without censoring or judging yourself. As you move, focus on releasing any pent-up energy or tension in your body. You may find it helpful to make sounds or vocalizations as you move, such as grunting, yelling, or sighing. Give yourself permission to fully express and release the anger through your body. It's important to note that these physical techniques should only be practiced in a safe, private space, and should never be used to harm yourself or others. If you find that your anger feels unmanageable or is leading to destructive behaviors, it may be necessary to seek professional help or support. In addition to mindfulness and physical techniques, another powerful tool for releasing anger is forgiveness. Forgiveness does not mean condoning hurtful actions or forgetting about the pain they caused. Rather, it is a conscious choice to release the burden of anger and resentment in order to create space for healing and peace. Forgiveness is a process, not a single event. It may take time, and it may require revisiting the hurt or anger multiple times before it can be fully released. Be patient and compassionate with yourself as you work through this process. One helpful exercise for practicing forgiveness is to write a letter to the person or situation that triggered your anger. In this letter, express your feelings fully and honestly, without censoring yourself. You may choose to share this letter with the other person, or you may decide to keep it private as a tool for your own healing. As you write, focus on releasing the anger and resentment you are holding on to. Acknowledge the pain and hurt you experienced, but also recognize that holding on to these negative emotions only causes further harm to yourself. Choose to let go, not for the other person's sake, but for your own well-being and peace of mind. It's important to remember that forgiveness is not about forgetting or excusing hurtful behavior. It is possible to forgive while still holding others accountable for their actions, and while still maintaining healthy boundaries in your relationships. Releasing anger mindfully is a practice that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to sit with discomfort. It may not always be easy, but the benefits are well worth the effort. By learning to process and release anger in a healthy way, we free ourselves from the toxic effects of holding on to negative emotions. We create space for greater peace, clarity, and emotional resilience. Mindful anger release is a powerful tool for emotional alchemy, allowing us to transform the intense energy of anger into something constructive and healing. With practice and dedication, we can learn to master our anger, rather than being controlled by it. We can use it as a catalyst for positive change, both in our own lives and in the world around us. Hold yourself with compassion and kindness as you navigate the complex terrain of anger. Trust in your own inner wisdom and resilience, and know that every moment of anger is an opportunity for growth, healing, and transformation. With time and practice, you will develop a greater capacity to release anger mindfully, and to alchemize it into a force for good in your life and beyond. Chapter 9. Understanding sadness. Sadness is a universal human emotion, one that we all experience at various points throughout our lives. It is a natural response to loss, disappointment, or perceived inadequacy, and it can range in intensity from mild melancholy to deep despair. While often viewed as a negative emotion, sadness serves important functions in our emotional and psychological well-being. One of the primary functions of sadness is to signal a need for comfort, connection, and support. When we feel sad, we are more likely to reach out to others for solace and understanding. This helps to strengthen our social bonds and reminds us that we are not alone in our struggles. Sadness can also serve as a catalyst for introspection and self-reflection. When we are in the midst of a sad experience, we are often more inclined to turn inward and examine our thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. This process of self-exploration can lead to valuable insights and personal growth. In addition to its social and introspective functions, sadness plays a role in our moral and empathetic development. When we witness others experiencing sadness or loss, we are more likely to feel compassion and a desire to help. This empathetic response is crucial for building a sense of shared humanity and promoting prosocial behavior. It is important to distinguish between healthy sadness and clinical depression. While sadness is a normal and temporary emotional state, depression is a more severe and persistent condition that can interfere with daily functioning and quality of life. Some common signs of depression include prolonged feelings of sadness or emptiness, loss of interest in previously enjoyable activities, changes in appetite or sleep patterns, difficulty concentrating, and thoughts of self-harm or suicide. If you experience these symptoms for an extended period, it is important to seek professional help and support. For most people, however, sadness is a manageable and even beneficial emotion. The key is to approach sadness with mindfulness, self-compassion, and a willingness to learn from the experience. When sadness arises, take a moment to acknowledge and validate the emotion. Resist the urge to judge or criticize yourself for feeling sad. Instead, treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would extend to a close friend. Allow yourself to fully experience the sadness without trying to suppress or ignore it. Notice how the emotion feels in your body and observe any thoughts or beliefs that arise in response to the sadness. You can also use sadness as an opportunity to practice self-care and nurturing. Engage in activities that bring you comfort and joy, such as spending time in nature, listening to soothing music, or indulging in a favorite hobby. Reach out to trusted friends or family members for support and connection. Share your feelings openly and honestly, without fear of judgment or rejection. Allow others to offer comfort and understanding, and be willing to receive their care and concern. If the sadness feels overwhelming or persistent, consider seeking the help of a mental health professional. A therapist or counselor can provide valuable tools and strategies for processing and managing difficult emotions, and can offer a safe and supportive space for healing and growth. It is also important to recognize that sadness is not always tied to a specific event or circumstance. Sometimes, we may feel sad for no apparent reason, or in response to a general sense of dissatisfaction or unfulfillment in our lives. In these cases, it can be helpful to engage in a process of self-discovery and meaning-making. Take time to reflect on your values, passions, and purpose in life. Consider what brings you a sense of joy, connection, and fulfillment, and look for ways to incorporate more of these experiences into your daily life. This may involve making changes to your relationships, career, or lifestyle, or it may simply require a shift in perspective and attitude. The key is to approach these changes with curiosity, openness, and a willingness to learn and grow. Sadness, like all emotions, is a complex and multifaceted experience. It can be painful and challenging, but it can also be a source of deep insight, connection, and personal growth. By approaching sadness with mindfulness, self-compassion, and a spirit of exploration, we can learn to alchemize this emotion into a transformative force in our lives. The next time you find yourself in the midst of a sad experience, remember that you are not alone. Sadness is a shared human experience, one that connects us to others and reminds us of our common humanity. Treat yourself with kindness and patience as you navigate this difficult emotion, and trust in your own resilience and capacity for growth. With time and practice, you can learn to embrace sadness as a valuable and even sacred part of your emotional journey. Sadness is not something to be feared or avoided, but rather a natural and necessary part of the human experience. By learning to approach this emotion with wisdom, compassion, and a spirit of exploration, we can unlock its transformative potential and use it as a catalyst for personal and collective healing. Chapter 10. Embracing sadness for emotional resilience. Sadness, while often perceived as a negative emotion, can actually serve as a powerful catalyst for building emotional resilience. When we allow ourselves to fully experience and process sadness, we develop a greater capacity to navigate life's challenges with grace and adaptability. One of the key aspects of embracing sadness for emotional resilience is learning to sit with the discomfort of the emotion. In our culture of positivity and emotional avoidance, we are often encouraged to push away or suppress difficult feelings like sadness. We distract ourselves with busyness, numb ourselves with substances or behaviors, or try to force ourselves to look on the bright side. While these coping mechanisms may provide temporary relief, they ultimately prevent us from fully processing and integrating our sadness. By denying or avoiding the emotion, we deny ourselves the opportunity to learn and grow from the experience. Instead, practice allowing sadness to be present, without trying to change or fix it. Find a quiet, safe space where you can be alone with your emotions. Take a few deep breaths and turn your attention inward. Notice the physical sensations of sadness in your body, such as heaviness in your chest, a lump in your throat, or tension in your muscles. Observe these sensations with curiosity and openness, without judgment or resistance. Acknowledge the presence of sadness and silently say to yourself, "I am feeling sad right now, and that's okay." This simple act of validation can be incredibly powerful in helping to diffuse the intensity of the emotion. As you sit with your sadness, you may notice thoughts or beliefs arising in response to the emotion. These might include self-critical thoughts, such as, "I shouldn't be feeling this way," or "I'm weak for letting this get to me." They may also include rumination on the past or worries about the future. Rather than getting caught up in these thoughts or trying to push them away, simply observe them with detachment. Recognize that thoughts are not necessarily true or helpful, and that you have the power to choose which thoughts to engage with and which to let pass. You can also use this time to practice self-compassion and kindness towards yourself. Place a hand on your heart and offer yourself words of comfort and understanding. Remind yourself that sadness is a natural and valid human emotion, and that you are not alone in your experience. As you continue to sit with your sadness, you may find that the intensity of the emotion begins to shift or release. This is a natural part of the emotional processing cycle. Allow yourself to feel the full arc of the emotion, without clinging to it or pushing it away. With practice, you will develop a greater capacity to tolerate and even welcome sadness as a necessary part of your emotional experience. You will begin to see sadness not as a weakness or a flaw, but as a sign of your humanity and your ability to feel deeply. This emotional resilience will serve you well in navigating life's challenges and setbacks. When difficult experiences arise, you will have the inner resources and strength to meet them with openness and adaptability. You will know that you can handle the discomfort of sadness, and that you will emerge from the experience stronger and wiser. In addition to building emotional resilience, embracing sadness can also foster a deeper sense of connection and empathy towards others. When we allow ourselves to fully feel our own sadness, we develop a greater capacity to recognize and understand the pain of those around us. This empathetic connection can be a powerful force for healing and transformation, both on a personal and societal level. By embracing our own sadness, we contribute to a culture of emotional honesty and authenticity, one in which it is safe to feel and express the full range of human emotions. Of course, embracing sadness is not always easy, and it is important to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. There may be times when the intensity of the emotion feels overwhelming, or when old patterns of avoidance and resistance arise. In these moments, it can be helpful to reach out for support from trusted friends, family members, or mental health professionals. Sharing your experience with others can help to normalize and validate your emotions, and can provide a sense of connection and comfort during difficult times. It is also important to recognize that embracing sadness is not about wallowing in the emotion or indulging in self-pity. Rather, it is about developing the emotional skills and resilience needed to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and adaptability. By learning to embrace sadness, we open ourselves up to a fuller and richer experience of life. We develop the capacity to feel joy and happiness more deeply, because we know that we can also handle the inevitable moments of pain and loss. Embracing sadness is a courageous and transformative act, one that requires vulnerability, self-awareness, and a willingness to sit with discomfort. It is a practice that can be cultivated and strengthened over time through intention, self-compassion, and a commitment to emotional growth. The next time sadness arises, resist the urge to push it away or distract yourself from it. Instead, take a deep breath, turn inward, and allow yourself to fully feel and process the emotion. Trust in your own resilience and capacity for healing, and know that by embracing your sadness, you are taking a powerful step towards greater emotional freedom and authenticity. Chapter 11. Finding meaning in sadness. Sadness, while painful and often unwelcome, can serve as a powerful catalyst for personal growth and self-discovery. When we allow ourselves to fully experience and explore our sadness, we open the door to deeper insights about ourselves, our relationships, and our place in the world. One of the most transformative aspects of sadness is its ability to strip away the superficial layers of our lives and reveal what truly matters to us. In the midst of sadness, we are often forced to confront the things we have been avoiding or denying, such as unmet needs, unfulfilled desires, or unresolved conflicts. This confrontation can be uncomfortable and even frightening, but it is also an opportunity for profound self-awareness and change. By acknowledging and exploring the root causes of our sadness, we gain valuable insights into our own patterns of thought and behavior, as well as the ways in which we relate to others. For example, if we find ourselves feeling sad after a breakup or loss of a relationship, we might use this as an opportunity to reflect on our attachment styles, communication patterns, or unmet emotional needs. We might ask ourselves questions like, what did this relationship mean to me? What did I learn about myself through this experience? What do I need in order to feel loved and supported in future relationships? By approaching these questions with curiosity and self-compassion, we can begin to uncover deeper truths about ourselves and our needs. We can start to identify patterns of behavior or belief that may be holding us back from the kind of love and connection we desire. And we can begin to make shifts towards greater self-awareness and self-care. Similarly, if we find ourselves feeling sad in response to a setback or failure, we might use this as an opportunity to reevaluate our goals and priorities. We might ask ourselves, what does success mean to me? What values or beliefs are driving my pursuit of this goal? What lessons can I learn from this experience that will help me grow and evolve? By engaging with these questions, we can begin to find meaning and purpose in even the most challenging experiences of sadness. We can start to see setbacks not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and growth. We can begin to develop a more resilient and adaptable mindset, one that allows us to navigate the ups and downs of life with greater ease and grace. Sadness can also serve as a catalyst for deepening our connections with others and cultivating greater empathy and compassion. When we allow ourselves to be vulnerable and share our sadness with trusted friends or loved ones, we create opportunities for deeper intimacy and understanding. By opening up about our own struggles and challenges, we give others permission to do the same. We create a safe space for emotional honesty and authenticity, one in which it is okay to not always have it all together. We begin to see that we are not alone in our pain, and that our experiences of sadness are a shared part of the human journey. This realization can be incredibly healing and transformative, both for ourselves and for those around us. When we approach others with empathy and compassion, we create ripple effects of kindness and understanding that can spread far beyond our immediate circles. We begin to see that our own experiences of sadness can be a source of wisdom and insight that we can share with others who may be struggling. We can offer support, validation, and encouragement to those who are going through similar challenges, and we can help to create a culture of emotional resilience and growth. Of course, finding meaning in sadness is not always easy, and it is important to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. There may be times when the pain of sadness feels overwhelming or insurmountable, and it is okay to seek support from professionals or loved ones during these times. It is also important to recognize that finding meaning in sadness is not about denying or minimizing the pain of the experience. Rather, it is about allowing ourselves to fully feel and process the emotion, while also looking for ways to grow and learn from it. This process of growth and learning is ongoing, and it requires a willingness to sit with discomfort and uncertainty. It requires a commitment to self-reflection and self-discovery, even when the insights we uncover are difficult or painful. But by embracing this process, we open ourselves up to a deeper and more authentic way of living. We begin to see that even our darkest experiences of sadness can be a source of profound wisdom and transformation, if we are willing to approach them with an open heart and a curious mind. Finding meaning in sadness is a deeply personal and individual journey, one that will look different for everyone. What matters most is that we approach the process with self-compassion, patience, and a willingness to learn and grow. By doing so, we can begin to alchemize even our most painful experiences of sadness into sources of strength, resilience, and wisdom. We can begin to see that our sadness is not a weakness or a flaw, but a sacred part of our emotional landscape, one that has the power to transform us in profound and unexpected ways. Chapter 12. Transforming Sadness into Creativity. Sadness, with its introspective and reflective nature, can be a powerful catalyst for creative expression and artistic exploration. When we allow ourselves to fully experience and channel our sadness into creative pursuits, we tap into a deep well of emotion and vulnerability that can lead to profound insights and transformative works of art. The link between sadness and creativity has been recognized throughout history, with countless artists, writers, and musicians citing their own experiences of sadness as a source of inspiration and depth in their work. From the haunting melodies of blues music to the raw emotion of expressionist painting, sadness has been a driving force behind some of the most powerful and enduring works of art in human history. But why is sadness such a potent fuel for creative expression? One reason is that sadness forces us to slow down and turn inward, to confront the deeper truths and emotions that we may be avoiding in our daily lives. When we are sad, we are more likely to engage in self-reflection and introspection, to ask ourselves difficult questions about our lives, our relationships, and our place in the world. This introspection can be uncomfortable and even painful at times, but it is also an essential part of the creative process. By allowing ourselves to fully feel and explore our sadness, we open ourselves up to new insights, perspectives, and ideas that can inform and enrich our creative work. Sadness can also serve as a powerful motivator for creative expression, particularly when it is linked to experiences of loss, grief, or trauma. Many artists have found that the process of creating art can be a way to process and make sense of difficult emotions, to find meaning and purpose in the midst of pain and suffering. For example, a writer who has experienced a significant loss may find that the act of putting words on the page helps them to process their grief and find a sense of catharsis and healing. A musician who has struggled with depression may find that composing music allows them to express the depths of their emotion in a way that words alone cannot. The key to transforming sadness into creativity is to approach the process with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to explore the full range of your emotional experience. This means allowing yourself to feel the sadness fully, without judgment or avoidance, and then channeling that emotion into your creative work. One way to do this is through expressive writing or journaling. Set aside time each day to write freely and without censorship about your experiences of sadness, your thoughts and feelings, and any insights or observations that arise. Don't worry about grammar, spelling, or punctuation. The goal is simply to let your emotions flow onto the page and to see where they lead you. You might also try engaging in other forms of creative expression, such as painting, drawing, or sculpting. Allow yourself to experiment with different materials and techniques, and see how your sadness can inform and shape your artistic choices. If you are a musician or songwriter, try channeling your sadness into your compositions or lyrics. Let the emotion guide your musical choices, and see how it can add depth and richness to your sound. The key is to approach the creative process with a sense of openness and experimentation, and to trust that your sadness has something valuable to offer. You may find that the act of creating helps you to process and make sense of your emotions in a way that talking or thinking alone cannot. It is also important to recognize that the link between sadness and creativity is not always linear or straightforward. There may be times when your sadness feels overwhelming or debilitating, and it can be difficult to find the motivation or energy to create. In these moments, it is important to be gentle and patient with yourself, and to recognize that the creative process is not always easy or comfortable. It is okay to take breaks when you need them, and to seek support from friends, family, or mental health professionals if your sadness feels unmanageable. Ultimately, transforming sadness into creativity is about recognizing the inherent value and wisdom of your emotional experience, and finding ways to channel that experience into something meaningful and transformative. It is about recognizing that your sadness is not a weakness or a flaw, but a powerful source of insight, depth, and beauty that can inform and enrich your creative work in profound and unexpected ways. By approaching the creative process with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to explore the full range of your emotional experience, you can begin to alchemize your sadness into works of art that speak to the depths of the human experience. You can begin to see that your sadness is not something to be avoided or suppressed, but a sacred part of your emotional landscape that has the power to transform and inspire both yourself and others. Transforming sadness into creativity is a deeply personal and individual process, one that will look different for everyone. What matters most is that you approach the process with self-compassion, patience, and a willingness to trust in the inherent wisdom and value of your own emotional experience. Chapter 13. Understanding Fear. Fear is a primal and powerful emotion that has played a crucial role in human survival and evolution. At its core, fear is a response to perceived threats or dangers in our environment, triggering a cascade of physiological and psychological changes designed to keep us safe and alive. When we experience fear, our bodies undergo a complex series of reactions known as the fight or flight response. This response is orchestrated by the amygdala, a small almond-shaped structure in the brain that is responsible for processing emotions and detecting potential threats. When the amygdala perceives a threat, it sends signals to the hypothalamus, which in turn activates the sympathetic nervous system. This triggers a release of stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol, which prepare the body for action. These hormones cause a range of physical changes, including increased heart rate and blood pressure, rapid breathing, and a surge of energy to the muscles. They also cause changes in cognitive function, such as heightened alertness, improved memory formation, and a narrowing of focus onto the perceived threat. From an evolutionary perspective, these changes were essential for our ancestors' survival in a world filled with predators and other dangers. The ability to quickly detect and respond to threats would have been the difference between life and death in many situations. However, in modern times, the threats we face are often more abstract and psychological in nature, such as job loss, social rejection, or financial insecurity. While these threats may not pose an immediate danger to our physical safety, our bodies still respond to them with the same physiological changes as if we were facing a predator. This can lead to chronic activation of the stress response, which over time can have detrimental effects on both physical and mental health. Prolonged exposure to stress hormones has been linked to a range of health problems, including heart disease, diabetes, and immune system dysfunction. Fear can also have a profound impact on our cognitive and emotional functioning. When we are in a state of fear, our ability to think rationally and make good decisions can be impaired. We may become more reactive and impulsive, acting on instinct rather than reason. Fear can also narrow our perspective and limit our ability to see options and possibilities. When we are focused solely on the perceived threat, we may miss opportunities for growth, connection, or positive change. This is why understanding the nature of fear and learning to work with it skillfully is such an essential part of emotional alchemy. By developing a deeper awareness of how fear operates in our minds and bodies, we can begin to transform it from a source of limitation and suffering into a catalyst for growth and empowerment. One of the first steps in working with fear is to recognize that it is a natural and inevitable part of the human experience. Rather than trying to eliminate or suppress fear altogether, we can learn to relate to it with curiosity, compassion, and even gratitude. After all, fear is ultimately a protective mechanism, designed to keep us safe and alive. When we can appreciate the evolutionary value of fear and see it as a natural response to perceived threats, we can begin to develop a more accepting and non-judgmental relationship with it. This doesn't mean that we simply surrender to our fears or let them control our lives. Rather, it means that we approach fear with a sense of openness and willingness to explore it, rather than automatically reacting to it with avoidance or resistance. One powerful tool for working with fear is mindfulness meditation. By practicing mindfulness, we can learn to observe our fears with a sense of detachment and perspective, rather than getting caught up in them or overwhelmed by them. When we sit with our fears in meditation, we may notice physical sensations like tightness in the chest, rapid heartbeat, or shallow breathing. We may also notice thoughts and mental images related to the perceived threat, such as worst-case scenarios or catastrophic predictions. Rather than trying to push these experiences away or distract ourselves from them, mindfulness invites us to simply observe them with a sense of openness and curiosity. We can notice how the physical sensations and thoughts arise and pass away on their own, without needing to be acted upon or believed. Over time, this practice can help us develop a greater sense of equanimity and resilience in the face of fear. We learn that we can experience fear without being consumed by it, and that we have the capacity to respond to it with skill and wisdom, rather than reactivity and aversion. Of course, mindfulness is just one tool for working with fear, and it may not be appropriate or effective in all situations. Sometimes, fear can be a signal that we need to take action to address a legitimate threat or concern in our lives. In these cases, it can be helpful to cultivate a sense of courage and determination in the face of fear. This doesn't mean that we never feel afraid or that we always charge headlong into dangerous situations. Rather, it means that we are willing to face our fears and take calculated risks in service of our values and goals. This kind of courage requires a deep sense of self-awareness and self-trust. We need to be able to discern between legitimate threats and irrational fears, and to trust our own judgment and intuition in navigating challenging situations. It also requires a willingness to tolerate discomfort and uncertainty, knowing that growth and transformation often happen outside of our comfort zones. When we can embrace the discomfort of fear and use it as a source of motivation and inspiration, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and opportunities for growth. Ultimately, understanding fear is about developing a more skillful and empowered relationship with this fundamental human emotion. It's about learning to work with fear rather than against it, and to use it as a source of information and guidance, rather than a source of limitation and suffering. By approaching fear with mindfulness, courage, and a spirit of exploration, we can begin to alchemize it into a catalyst for personal and collective transformation. We can learn to face our fears with grace and resilience, and to use them as a springboard for growth, creativity, and positive change in the world. Chapter 14. Facing Fears Head-On. Fear is a natural and necessary emotion that helps keep us safe from danger. However, when fears become irrational or excessive, they can hold us back from living life to the fullest. Facing fears head-on is a powerful way to overcome these limitations and build emotional resilience. One effective approach for confronting fears is exposure therapy. This involves gradually and repeatedly exposing yourself to the feared situation or object in a safe and controlled way until the fear begins to subside. The goal is to retrain your brain to recognize that the feared situation is not as dangerous as previously believed. Let's say you have a fear of public speaking. An exposure therapy approach might involve starting with small, low-stakes speaking opportunities, like sharing your thoughts in a small group of trusted friends. As you become more comfortable, you can gradually work up to larger and more challenging speaking engagements, such as presenting at a work meeting or giving a toast at a wedding. The key is to take small, manageable steps and to stay with the discomfort long enough for your brain to recognize that you are safe. This process of gradual desensitization can be uncomfortable and even scary at times, but it is also incredibly empowering. Each time you face your fear and come out the other side unscathed, you build confidence and resilience. It's important to approach exposure therapy with self-compassion and patience. Overcoming fears is a process, and it's normal to experience setbacks and challenges along the way. Be kind to yourself and celebrate your progress, no matter how small it may seem. Another helpful technique for facing fears is cognitive reframing. This involves identifying and challenging the negative thoughts and beliefs that fuel your fears, and replacing them with more realistic and empowering ones. For example, if you have a fear of failure, you might have thoughts like, "I'm not good enough," or, "If I fail, it means I'm a failure as a person." These thoughts are not only inaccurate, but they can also hold you back from taking risks and pursuing your goals. To reframe these thoughts, you can practice replacing them with more balanced and realistic ones, such as, "Failure is a normal part of the learning process," or, "My worth as a person is not defined by my successes or failures." By challenging your negative beliefs and replacing them with more empowering ones, you can gradually chip away at the power that fear holds over you. It can also be helpful to enlist the support of others when facing your fears. Sharing your fears with trusted friends, family members, or a therapist can provide a sense of validation and encouragement. Knowing that you are not alone in your struggles can be incredibly comforting and can give you the strength to keep pushing forward. Additionally, practicing self-care and stress management techniques can help you build resilience and cope with the discomfort of facing your fears. This might include activities like exercise, meditation, deep breathing, or spending time in nature. By taking care of your physical and emotional well-being, you can create a solid foundation from which to tackle your fears. It's also important to recognize that facing your fears is not about eliminating fear altogether. Fear is a natural and necessary part of the human experience, and it can actually serve as a valuable source of information and guidance. The goal is not to become fearless, but rather to develop a more balanced and empowered relationship with fear. This means learning to distinguish between rational and irrational fears, and to trust your own judgment and intuition in navigating challenging situations. It means being willing to take calculated risks and to tolerate uncertainty and discomfort in pursuit of your goals and values. Ultimately, facing your fears is about choosing to live a life guided by curiosity, courage, and self-compassion, rather than being held back by limitations and self-doubt. It's about recognizing that you are stronger and more capable than you may realize, and that you have the power to transform even your deepest fears into sources of growth and empowerment. This process of facing fears head-on is not always easy, and it requires a willingness to step outside of your comfort zone and to confront discomfort and uncertainty. However, the rewards of this work are immeasurable. By learning to face your fears with courage and resilience, you open yourself up to a world of new possibilities and opportunities for growth and transformation. You learn to trust in your own strength and capabilities, and to approach challenges with a sense of curiosity and excitement, rather than dread and avoidance. You develop a greater sense of self-awareness and self-compassion, recognizing that your fears do not define you, and that you have the power to choose how you respond to them. Facing your fears head-on is a powerful act of emotional alchemy. It allows you to transform the energy of fear into a catalyst for growth, creativity, and positive change. With practice and dedication, you can learn to harness the power of your fears and use them as a source of motivation and inspiration in pursuit of your deepest dreams and aspirations. Trust in the wisdom of your fears and in your own resilience and strength. Embrace discomfort as a sign of growth, and know that each time you face your fears, You are taking a courageous step towards a more authentic and empowered life. The path may not always be easy, but the rewards of this work are truly limitless. Chapter 15. Reframing Fear as Excitement. Fear and excitement are two sides of the same physiological coin. Both emotions trigger similar responses in the body, such as increased heart rate, rapid breathing, and a surge of adrenaline. The difference lies in how we interpret and label these sensations. By reframing fear as excitement, we can harness the energy of this powerful emotion and use it to fuel personal growth and positive change. The first step in reframing fear is to recognize the physical similarities between fear and excitement. When you feel your heart racing and your palms sweating, pause and ask yourself, is this fear or could it be excitement? By questioning your initial interpretation, you open up the possibility for a new perspective. Next, try to identify the opportunity or challenge that lies beneath the fear. Fear often arises when we are pushed outside of our comfort zones or confronted with something new and unknown. Instead of seeing this as a threat, try to view it as an opportunity for growth and learning. For example, if you feel afraid of speaking up in a meeting at work, reframe it as an opportunity to share your ideas and make a valuable contribution to the team. If you feel scared of trying a new hobby or activity, see it as a chance to expand your skills and experiences. By shifting your focus from the perceived threat to the potential benefits, you can begin to transform fear into excitement. You can start to see challenges as opportunities for growth and uncertainty as a space for creativity and innovation. This process of cognitive reframing is not about denying or suppressing fear, but rather about choosing a more empowering interpretation of the emotion. It's about recognizing that fear is often a sign that we are on the cusp of something important or meaningful, and that by leaning into the discomfort, we can access new levels of courage and resilience. One powerful tool for reframing fear is positive self-talk. The way we talk to ourselves in moments of fear can have a profound impact on how we experience and respond to the emotion. Instead of telling yourself, "I can't do this," or "I'm going to fail," try using more encouraging and empowering language. For example, you might say to yourself, "This is a challenge, but I have the skills and resources to handle it," or "I am capable of facing my fears and growing from the experience." By using positive and affirming self-talk, you can help to shift your mindset from fear to excitement and cultivate a sense of confidence and self-efficacy. It can also be helpful to visualize yourself successfully navigating the feared situation or challenge. Take a few moments to close your eyes and imagine yourself facing the fear with courage and grace. Picture yourself speaking up in the meeting with clarity and conviction, or trying the new hobby with curiosity and enthusiasm. By mentally rehearsing a positive outcome, you can help to override the fear response and prime your brain for success. You can start to associate the physical sensations of fear with the anticipation of growth and achievement, rather than with threat or danger. Of course, reframing fear as excitement is not always easy, and it may take practice and persistence to shift your mindset. It's important to be patient and compassionate with yourself as you navigate this process, and to celebrate your progress along the way. It can also be helpful to seek out supportive environments and relationships that encourage a growth mindset and a willingness to embrace challenges. Surround yourself with people who inspire and motivate you, and who believe in your ability to face your fears and achieve your goals. Reframing fear as excitement is a powerful act of emotional alchemy. It allows us to transform a potentially paralyzing emotion into a source of energy and motivation. By learning to see fear as a sign of growth and opportunity, we can cultivate a more resilient and adventurous approach to life. This shift in perspective can have profound ripple effects in all areas of our lives. We may find ourselves more willing to take risks and pursue our dreams, knowing that fear is a natural and even exciting part of the process. We may approach challenges with a sense of curiosity and enthusiasm, rather than dread or avoidance. Reframing fear as excitement is not about eliminating fear altogether, but rather about developing a more empowered relationship with the emotion. It's about recognizing that fear is a natural and necessary part of growth and transformation, and that by embracing it, we open ourselves up to a world of new possibilities. The next time you feel the familiar stirrings of fear, take a moment to pause and reframe the emotion. Ask yourself, what if this fear is actually excitement? What opportunity or challenge is hidden within this discomfort? By approaching fear with a spirit of curiosity and courage, you may just discover a newfound sense of exhilaration and aliveness. Transforming fear into excitement is a lifelong practice, but one that can yield tremendous rewards. With patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to lean into discomfort, you can learn to harness the power of fear and use it as a catalyst for growth, creativity, and positive change. You can become the alchemist of your own emotional landscape, transforming even the most challenging emotions into sources of strength and resilience. Chapter 16. Transforming fear into courage. Fear is a powerful emotion that can hold us back from pursuing our dreams and living life to the fullest. However, by learning to transform fear into courage, we can tap into a deep well of strength and resilience that allows us to face challenges head-on and achieve our goals. The first step in transforming fear into courage is to recognize that courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the willingness to act in the face of fear. True courage is not about being fearless, but about being able to feel the fear and do it anyway. One way to cultivate this kind of courage is to reframe fear as a sign of growth and opportunity. When we feel afraid, it often means that we are pushing ourselves outside of our comfort zones and taking on new challenges. By seeing fear as a natural part of the growth process, we can begin to approach it with a sense of curiosity and excitement, rather than dread or avoidance. It can also be helpful to identify the specific fears that are holding us back and to examine them more closely. Often, our fears are based on irrational or exaggerated beliefs about the consequences of failure or the risks involved in taking action. By questioning these beliefs and looking for evidence to the contrary, we can start to chip away at the power that fear holds over us. For example, if you are afraid of public speaking, you might have thoughts like, "I'm going to make a fool of myself," or "Everyone will judge me if I make a mistake." These thoughts are not only untrue, but they can also prevent you from taking advantage of opportunities to share your ideas and make a positive impact. To transform this fear into courage, you can start by examining the evidence for and against these beliefs. Have you ever seen someone make a mistake during a presentation and still receive positive feedback and support from the audience? Have you ever witnessed someone stumble over their words and then recover gracefully and continue on with their message? By looking for examples of people who have faced their fears and succeeded, you can start to build a more realistic and empowering set of beliefs about what is possible. You can begin to see that making mistakes or experiencing discomfort is a normal and even necessary part of growth and learning. Another powerful way to transform fear into courage is to focus on your values and the things that matter most to you. When we are connected to our deepest values and aspirations, we are more willing to take risks and face challenges in pursuit of what we believe in. For example, if you value making a positive difference in the world, you may be more willing to speak up about important issues or take on leadership roles, even if it means facing your fear of judgment or rejection. If you value personal growth and self-improvement, you may be more willing to take on new challenges and push yourself outside of your comfort zone, even if it means risking failure or disappointment. By staying connected to your values and the bigger picture of what you want to achieve, you can tap into a deeper source of motivation and courage. You can remind yourself that the temporary discomfort of facing your fears is worth it in service of your long-term goals and aspirations. It can also be helpful to seek out supportive environments and relationships that encourage courage and risk-taking. Surround yourself with people who believe in you and who are willing to challenge you to grow and stretch beyond your current limits. Seek out mentors or role models who have faced their own fears and achieved success, and learn from their examples. Building a strong support system can help you feel more confident and capable in the face of fear. When you know that you have people in your corner who believe in you and who are willing to offer guidance and encouragement, it can be easier to take bold steps forward and face your fears head-on. Transforming fear into courage is a practice that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace discomfort. It is not about eliminating fear altogether, but rather about developing a more empowered relationship with the emotion. By seeing fear as a sign of growth and opportunity, staying connected to your values, and seeking out supportive environments and relationships, you can learn to harness the power of fear and use it as a catalyst for positive change. The next time you feel the familiar stirrings of fear, take a moment to pause and reflect on what this emotion is trying to tell you. Is it pointing you towards an opportunity for growth and learning? Is it challenging you to step up and take action in service of your deepest values and aspirations? By approaching fear with curiosity and courage, you can begin to transform it into a powerful ally on your path towards personal and professional growth. You can learn to trust in your own resilience and strength, knowing that you have the capacity to face challenges head-on and emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. Transforming fear into courage is a lifelong practice, but one that can yield tremendous rewards. With each small act of bravery, you build the confidence and self-assurance needed to take on bigger challenges and pursue your dreams with passion and purpose. Start small and celebrate each victory along the way. Recognize that setbacks and failures are a natural part of the growth process, and use them as opportunities to learn and adapt. Stay connected to your values and the bigger picture of what you want to achieve, and trust that your courage will guide you towards a life of meaning and fulfillment. By cultivating a courageous mindset and approach to life, you become the alchemist of your own emotional landscape, transforming even the most challenging emotions into sources of strength, resilience, and positive change. You step into your full potential as a leader, creator, and change maker, inspiring others with your bravery and heart. Transforming fear into courage is not about becoming fearless, but about learning to feel the fear and do it anyway. It is about recognizing that on the other side of fear lies a world of possibility and growth, and that by taking bold action in the face of uncertainty, we open ourselves up to a life of adventure, meaning, and purpose. So feel the fear, and let it fuel your courage as you step forward into the unknown, trusting in your own strength and resilience to guide the way. Chapter 17. Understanding guilt and shame. Guilt and shame are two of the most complex and challenging emotions we face as human beings. While often used interchangeably, these two emotions are distinct in their origins, functions, and impact on our lives. Guilt arises when we believe we have done something wrong or violated our own moral code. It is a feeling of remorse or regret over a specific action or behavior, and it often motivates us to make amends or change our behavior in the future. Shame, on the other hand, is a more global and pervasive feeling of inadequacy or worthlessness. It is not tied to a specific action, but rather to our sense of self and identity. When we feel shame, we believe that there is something fundamentally wrong or flawed about who we are as a person. Both guilt and shame can serve important functions in our lives. Guilt can help us maintain our moral compass and motivate us to repair relationships or correct past mistakes. Shame can alert us to areas where we need to grow or heal, and can prompt us to seek help or support from others. However, when guilt and shame become chronic or excessive, they can have a debilitating impact on our mental health and well-being. Persistent feelings of guilt can lead to self-punishment, anxiety, and depression, while chronic shame can contribute to low self-esteem, social isolation, and even self-destructive behaviors. One of the key challenges with guilt and shame is that they often operate below the level of conscious awareness. We may not even realize that we are carrying these emotions, or how they are influencing our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. This is why developing a deeper understanding of guilt and shame is such an important part of the emotional alchemy process. By bringing these emotions into conscious awareness, we can begin to examine their origins and functions, and develop strategies for transforming them into sources of growth and empowerment. One helpful framework for understanding guilt and shame is the concept of healthy versus unhealthy guilt and shame. Healthy guilt and shame are adaptive emotions that help us maintain our moral and social standards and motivate us to grow and improve as individuals. For example, if we forget a close friend's birthday, a healthy sense of guilt may prompt us to apologize and make a special effort to show our appreciation in the future. If we receive feedback that our communication style is too aggressive, a healthy sense of shame may motivate us to seek out coaching or training to improve our interpersonal skills. Unhealthy guilt and shame, on the other hand, are distorted or exaggerated emotions that are not grounded in reality or proportional to the situation at hand. They often stem from childhood wounds, trauma, or negative self-beliefs, and can lead to chronic feelings of inadequacy, self-loathing, and disconnection from others. For example, if we constantly feel guilty for taking time for ourselves or pursuing our own needs, even when doing so does not harm others, this may be a sign of unhealthy guilt. If we feel a pervasive sense of shame about our body, intelligence, or social status, regardless of our actual achievements or qualities, this may be a sign of unhealthy shame. Distinguishing between healthy and unhealthy guilt and shame is not always easy, and often requires a deep level of self-reflection and honesty. It can be helpful to ask ourselves questions like, is this guilt or shame proportional to the situation at hand? Or is it exaggerated or distorted? Is this emotion motivating me to grow and improve? Or is it keeping me stuck in patterns of self-punishment or self-loathing? What are the origins of this guilt or shame? And are they grounded in reality or in negative self-beliefs or past wounds? By examining our guilt and shame with curiosity and compassion, we can begin to identify patterns of unhealthy or excessive emotion and develop strategies for transforming them into sources of growth and empowerment. This process may involve seeking the support of a therapist, counselor, or other mental health professional, particularly if our guilt and shame are rooted in trauma or long-standing negative self-beliefs. It may also involve practicing self-compassion and self-forgiveness, and learning to treat ourselves with the same kindness and understanding we would extend to a good friend. Transforming guilt and shame into sources of growth and empowerment is a lifelong process, but one that can yield tremendous rewards. By developing a more conscious and compassionate relationship with these emotions, we can begin to free ourselves from patterns of self-punishment and self-loathing and tap into a deeper sense of self-acceptance and self-love. We can learn to use our guilt and shame as guideposts for growth and improvement, rather than as weapons of self-destruction. We can cultivate the courage to face our mistakes and shortcomings with honesty and humility, and to seek out the support and resources we need to grow and heal. Transforming guilt and shame is not about eliminating these emotions altogether, but rather about developing a more balanced and empowered relationship with them. It is about recognizing that we are all imperfect and fallible human beings, and that our worth and value are not defined by our mistakes or perceived inadequacies. By approaching guilt and shame with curiosity, compassion, and a commitment to growth, we can begin to alchemize these challenging emotions into sources of strength, resilience, and self-acceptance. We can learn to extend forgiveness and understanding to ourselves and others, and to cultivate a deep sense of belonging and worthiness in the world. The path of transforming guilt and shame is not always easy, but it is one of the most rewarding and transformative journeys we can undertake as human beings. With each step we take towards greater self-awareness and self-compassion, we open ourselves up to a life of greater freedom, authenticity, and joy. So if you find yourself struggling with guilt or shame, know that you are not alone, and that there is hope and healing available to you. Seek out the support and resources you need to begin your own journey of emotional alchemy, and trust in your own innate capacity for growth, resilience, and transformation. The path may be challenging at times, but the rewards a life of greater self-acceptance, purpose, and connection are truly worth the effort. Chapter 18. Reframing guilt as responsibility. Guilt, while often viewed as a negative emotion, can serve as a powerful catalyst for positive change when reframed as responsibility. By shifting our perspective on guilt from a source of self-punishment to a call to action, we can harness its energy to make amends, repair relationships, and grow as individuals. The first step in reframing guilt as responsibility is to acknowledge the behavior or action that triggered the guilt in the first place. This requires a willingness to look honestly at our mistakes or shortcomings, without judgment or self-condemnation. It can be tempting to avoid or deny our guilt, especially if the behavior in question is something we are ashamed of or feel conflicted about. However, by facing our guilt head-on and taking ownership of our actions, we open the door to healing and transformation. Once we have acknowledged the source of our guilt, the next step is to take responsibility for the impact of our actions on others. This means looking beyond our own intentions or motivations to consider how our behavior may have affected those around us, even if we did not intend to cause harm or hurt. Taking responsibility means recognizing that our actions have consequences, and that we have a role to play in repairing any damage done. This can be a humbling and even painful process, but it is also an essential part of emotional growth and maturity. Taking responsibility does not mean wallowing in guilt or shame, however. It means focusing our energy on making amends and taking positive action to address the situation at hand. This can involve apologizing to those we have hurt, seeking forgiveness, or taking concrete steps to change our behavior in the future. The key is to approach responsibility with a spirit of empowerment and self-compassion, rather than self-flagellation or martyrdom. We are not defined by our mistakes or shortcomings, but rather by our willingness to learn from them and do better moving forward. One helpful tool for reframing guilt as responsibility is to practice self-forgiveness. This does not mean excusing or minimizing the impact of our actions, but rather extending to ourselves the same compassion and understanding we would offer to a good friend who had made a mistake. Self-forgiveness involves acknowledging our human fallibility and recognizing that we are all works in progress. It means letting go of the need for perfection or self-punishment, and instead focusing on growth and self-improvement. This can be a challenging practice, especially if we have a history of trauma or negative self-beliefs. It can feel counterintuitive to extend kindness and forgiveness to ourselves when we are feeling guilty or ashamed. However, by cultivating self-forgiveness, we create a foundation of self-compassion that allows us to take responsibility for our actions in a more empowered and proactive way. Another helpful strategy for reframing guilt as responsibility is to focus on the lessons and opportunities for growth that can arise from our mistakes. Rather than dwelling on the past or beating ourselves up for our shortcomings, we can ask ourselves questions like, what can I learn from this experience? How can I use this as an opportunity to become a better version of myself? What steps can I take to prevent similar mistakes in the future? By approaching our guilt with a growth mindset, we shift our focus from self-punishment to self-improvement. We recognize that our mistakes and failures are not endpoints, but rather stepping stones on the path to greater wisdom, resilience, and emotional intelligence. Of course, reframing guilt as responsibility is not always easy, and it is a practice that requires ongoing effort and commitment. There will be times when we slip back into old patterns of self-blame or avoidance, or when the weight of our guilt feels too heavy to bear. In these moments, it is important to reach out for support and guidance from trusted friends, family members, or mental health professionals. Surrounding ourselves with people who can offer compassion, encouragement, and accountability can make all the difference in our ability to take responsibility for our actions in a healthy and empowered way. Ultimately, Reframing guilt as responsibility is about recognizing our own agency and capacity for change. It is about believing in our ability to learn, grow, and transform, even in the face of our darkest and most painful emotions. By approaching guilt with a spirit of ownership, self-compassion, and a commitment to positive action, we can begin to alchemize this challenging emotion into a catalyst for personal and relational healing. We can become more accountable, empathetic, and emotionally resilient individuals, capable of navigating life's ups and downs with grace and wisdom. The path of reframing guilt as responsibility is not a one-time event, but rather a lifelong journey of self-discovery and growth. With each step we take towards greater self-awareness and self-responsibility, we become more fully ourselves, flawed and fallible, yes, but also capable of profound transformation and positive impact in the world. If you find yourself struggling with guilt, know that you have the power within you to transform this emotion into a force for good. By facing your guilt with honesty, compassion, and a commitment to growth, you can begin to chart a new course for yourself, one grounded in responsibility, resilience, and a deep belief in your own worth and potential. Chapter 19. Transforming shame into self-acceptance. Shame is a heavy and pervasive emotion that can leave us feeling fundamentally flawed and unworthy of love and belonging. Unlike guilt, which is focused on specific actions or behaviors, shame strikes at the core of who we are, leaving us feeling exposed, inadequate, and alone. The roots of shame are often deep and complex, stemming from childhood experiences, societal messages, and relational trauma. We may have internalized the belief that we are not good enough, that we are too much or not enough, or that we are unlovable or undeserving of happiness and success. These shame-based beliefs can infiltrate every area of our lives, from our relationships and career choices to our self-care practices and inner dialogue. They can keep us stuck in patterns of self-sabotage, people-pleasing, and emotional avoidance, preventing us from fully showing up as our authentic selves in the world. Transforming shame into self-acceptance is a profound and transformative process that requires patience, courage, and a deep commitment to self-love and self-discovery. It involves challenging the negative beliefs and stories we hold about ourselves, and learning to embrace and celebrate our inherent worth and uniqueness. One of the first steps in this process is to bring our shame out of the shadows and into the light of awareness. Shame thrives on secrecy and isolation, convincing us that we are alone in our inadequacy and that we must hide our true selves from others. By speaking our shame out loud, whether to a trusted friend, therapist, or support group, we begin to chip away at its power and control over our lives. We start to see that we are not alone in our struggles, and that our experiences of shame are a shared part of the human experience. This act of vulnerability and self-disclosure can be terrifying at first, especially if we have a history of rejection or betrayal. We may fear that exposing our shame will lead to further judgment or abandonment, reinforcing our belief that we are fundamentally flawed and unlovable. However, by taking the risk to share our shame with others, we open ourselves up to the possibility of empathy, connection, and healing. We may discover that our shame is not as unique or shameful as we once believed, and that others have faced similar struggles and emerged stronger and more resilient as a result. As we begin to bring our shame into the light, it is important to practice self-compassion and kindness towards ourselves. Shame often involves a harsh and unrelenting inner critic, constantly pointing out our flaws and shortcomings and comparing us unfavorably to others. By learning to treat ourselves with the same warmth and understanding we would extend to a beloved friend, we begin to counteract the voice of shame and cultivate a more accepting and nurturing relationship with ourselves. This may involve practices like mindfulness meditation, self-care rituals, or affirmations of self-love and acceptance. It may also involve setting boundaries with others who contribute to our shame, whether through criticism, manipulation, or neglect. As we develop greater self-compassion and self-acceptance, We may also need to grieve the parts of ourselves that we have hidden or rejected out of shame. This can be a painful and vulnerable process, as we confront the ways in which we have abandoned or betrayed ourselves in order to gain approval or avoid rejection from others. However, by honoring and embracing these lost or neglected parts of ourselves, we begin to reclaim our wholeness and authenticity. We start to see that our imperfections and struggles are not shameful or unlovable, but rather a beautiful and essential part of who we are. This process of self-acceptance is ongoing and multifaceted, involving a willingness to face our shame with honesty, curiosity, and compassion. It requires a commitment to self-discovery and personal growth, as well as a willingness to let go of old patterns and beliefs that no longer serve us. One powerful tool for cultivating self-acceptance is the practice of self-forgiveness. Just as we extend forgiveness to others who have hurt or wronged us, we can learn to extend that same grace and compassion to ourselves. This may involve acknowledging and taking responsibility for our mistakes and shortcomings, while also recognizing that we are human and inherently worthy of love and belonging. It may involve letting go of perfectionistic standards and unrealistic expectations, and learning to embrace our imperfections as a source of growth and resilience. As we practice self-forgiveness, we begin to see that our worth and value are not contingent upon our achievements, appearance, or social status. We start to develop a more stable and authentic sense of self, grounded in our inherent humanity and the unique gifts and strengths we bring to the world. Transforming shame into self-acceptance is a lifelong journey, one that requires ongoing effort and dedication. There will be setbacks and challenges along the way, as old patterns of shame and self-criticism resurface and new life experiences trigger feelings of inadequacy or unworthiness. However, by staying committed to the path of self-love and self-discovery, we can gradually alchemize our shame into a source of strength, resilience, and authenticity. We can learn to show up more fully and vulnerably in our relationships and pursuits, trusting in our inherent worth and value as human beings. This process of transformation is not just about personal healing and growth, but also about contributing to a more compassionate and accepting world. By modeling self-acceptance and self-love, we give others permission to do the same, creating a ripple effect of healing and empowerment that extends far beyond ourselves. Transforming shame into self-acceptance is a radical act of courage and self-love. It requires a willingness to confront our deepest fears and insecurities, and to trust in the fundamental goodness and worthiness of our being. But the rewards of this work are immeasurable: a life of greater authenticity, connection, and purpose, grounded in the unshakable belief that we are enough, just as we are. A life in which we can show up fully and vulnerably, trusting in our inherent worth and value, and contributing our unique gifts and talents to the world. If you are struggling with shame, know that you are not alone, and that healing and transformation are possible. By committing to the path of self-love and self-discovery, and surrounding yourself with supportive and compassionate allies, you can begin to alchemize your shame into a source of strength, resilience, and authenticity. The journey may be challenging at times, but the destination, a life of greater self-acceptance, purpose, and joy, is truly worth the effort. So take a deep breath, trust in the wisdom and goodness of your being, and take the first step towards transforming your shame into a source of empowerment and grace. Chapter 20. Breaking free from guilt and shame cycles. Guilt and shame are powerful emotions that can create self-perpetuating cycles of negative self-talk, self-sabotage, and emotional distress. When we get caught in these cycles, it can feel like we are trapped in a never-ending loop of self-recrimination and despair, unable to break free and move forward in our lives. Breaking free from guilt and shame cycles requires a multifaceted approach that involves both internal and external work. It involves developing greater self-awareness, challenging negative thought patterns, setting healthy boundaries, and seeking support and connection from others. One of the first steps in breaking free from guilt and shame cycles is to recognize the triggers that set these cycles in motion. Guilt and shame triggers can be highly individual and may stem from a variety of sources, including past traumas, family dynamics, cultural messages, or personal values and beliefs. Some common guilt and shame triggers include making mistakes or failing to meet expectations, experiencing rejection or abandonment, feeling different or excluded from others, or violating personal or societal norms and values. By identifying our specific guilt and shame triggers, we can begin to develop greater self-awareness and emotional intelligence. We can start to notice when these triggers are activated and how they impact our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. This awareness is crucial because it allows us to interrupt the cycle of negative self-talk and self-sabotage before it gains momentum. When we catch ourselves falling into patterns of guilt and shame, we can take a step back and reframe the situation in a more balanced and compassionate way. For example, if we make a mistake at work and find ourselves spiraling into self-criticism and shame, we can pause and remind ourselves that everyone makes mistakes and that our worth is not defined by our performance. We can practice self-compassion by speaking to ourselves with kindness and understanding, just as we would to a good friend. Another key strategy for breaking free from guilt and shame cycles is to challenge the negative thought patterns that fuel these cycles. Guilt and shame often involve distorted or exaggerated beliefs about ourselves and our actions, such as, "I am a terrible person," or "I will never be good enough." By learning to identify and question these negative thought patterns, we can begin to develop a more realistic and empowering perspective on ourselves and our experiences. We can ask ourselves questions like, "Is this belief really true?" Or, "What evidence do I have to support or refute this belief?" We can also practice reframing negative thoughts in a more balanced and compassionate way. For example, instead of telling ourselves, "I am a failure," we can reframe this thought as, "I am learning and growing from my experiences, even when they are challenging." In addition to internal work, breaking free from guilt and shame cycles also involves setting healthy boundaries with others. Guilt and shame can often be exacerbated by unhealthy or toxic relationships that reinforce negative beliefs about ourselves and our worth. By learning to set clear and assertive boundaries with others, we can protect ourselves from further guilt and shame triggers and create more supportive and nurturing relationships in our lives. This may involve saying no to unreasonable requests, communicating our needs and expectations clearly, or distancing ourselves from people who consistently undermine our self-worth and well-being. Setting boundaries can be challenging, especially if we have a history of people-pleasing or self-sacrifice. It may require practice and persistence to develop the skills and confidence to assert ourselves in healthy ways. However, by honoring our own needs and limits, we send a powerful message to ourselves and others that we are worthy of respect and care. We begin to build a foundation of self-love and self-acceptance that can help to break the cycle of guilt and shame. Finally, breaking free from guilt and shame cycles involves seeking support and connection from others. Guilt and shame thrive in isolation and secrecy, convincing us that we are alone in our struggles and that we must hide our true selves from the world. By reaching out to trusted friends, family members, or mental health professionals, we can begin to challenge these beliefs and experience the healing power of empathy and understanding. We can share our experiences of guilt and shame with others who have faced similar struggles, and find comfort in the knowledge that we are not alone. Seeking support can also help us to develop new perspectives and coping strategies for managing guilt and shame. We can learn from others who have successfully navigated these challenges and gain inspiration and hope for our own journeys of healing and growth. Breaking free from guilt and shame cycles is a gradual and ongoing process that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to confront difficult emotions and beliefs. It may involve setbacks and challenges along the way, as old patterns of guilt and shame resurface and new triggers emerge. However, By staying committed to the work of self-discovery and self-love, we can gradually loosen the grip of guilt and shame on our lives. We can learn to respond to these emotions with greater awareness, compassion, and resilience, and to trust in our inherent worth and goodness as human beings. Breaking free from guilt and shame cycles is not just about personal healing and growth, but also about contributing to a more compassionate and accepting world. By modeling self-acceptance and self-love, we give others permission to do the same, creating a ripple effect of healing and empowerment that extends far beyond ourselves. If you are struggling with guilt and shame cycles, know that you are not alone, and that healing and transformation are possible. By committing to the path of self-love and self-discovery, and surrounding yourself with supportive and compassionate allies, you can begin to break free from these cycles and reclaim your inherent worth and goodness. The journey may be challenging at times, but the rewards of life of greater freedom, authenticity, and joy are truly worth the effort. So take a deep breath, trust in the wisdom and resilience of your being, and take the first step towards breaking free from guilt and shame cycles and embracing a life of empowerment and grace. Chapter 21. Understanding regret. Regret is a complex and often misunderstood emotion that can have a profound impact on our mental and emotional well-being. At its core, regret is a sense of sadness, disappointment, or remorse over something that has happened in the past, often accompanied by a wish that things had turned out differently. Regret can stem from a variety of experiences, from missed opportunities and failed relationships to poor decisions and unwise choices. It can be triggered by both actions and inactions, the things we did and the things we didn't do. One of the unique challenges of regret is that it is often focused on the past, on events and experiences that cannot be changed or undone. This can create a sense of powerlessness and despair, as we feel trapped by our past mistakes and unable to move forward in our lives. However, while regret can be a painful and uncomfortable emotion, it also serves an important purpose in our personal growth and development. Regret can be a powerful catalyst for change, prompting us to reflect on our choices and behaviors and to make different decisions in the future. The first step in understanding regret is to recognize that it is a normal and natural part of the human experience. Everyone experiences regret at some point in their lives, and it is not a sign of weakness or failure to feel this emotion. In fact, the ability to experience regret is actually a sign of emotional intelligence and maturity. It demonstrates that we are able to reflect on our past experiences, to take responsibility for our actions, and to learn from our mistakes. However, when regret becomes chronic or excessive, it can lead to a range of negative outcomes, including depression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. Chronic regret can trap us in a cycle of rumination and self-blame, preventing us from moving forward and embracing new opportunities and experiences. One way to break free from the grip of regret is to practice self-compassion and forgiveness. This involves acknowledging the pain and discomfort of regret, while also extending kindness and understanding to ourselves. It can be tempting to beat ourselves up over past mistakes or to dwell on what we could have or should have done differently. However, this kind of self-criticism and blame only serves to deepen our regret and keep us stuck in the past. Instead, we can practice reframing our regrets as opportunities for growth and learning. We can ask ourselves questions like, what can I learn from this experience? Or, how can I use this regret to make better choices in the future? By shifting our focus from the past to the present and future, we can begin to release the grip of regret and embrace a more empowered and proactive approach to life. Another key strategy for managing regret is to practice acceptance and letting go. This involves acknowledging that the past cannot be changed, and that dwelling on our regrets will not undo what has already happened. Instead, we can choose to accept our past experiences as part of our unique journey and to release the emotional energy that we have been holding on to. This can involve practices like meditation, journaling, or therapy, which can help us to process our emotions and find a sense of peace and closure. It is also important to recognize that regret is often linked to our values and priorities in life. When we experience regret, it is often because we feel that we have failed to live up to our own standards or expectations in some way. By clarifying our values and priorities, we can begin to make choices that are more aligned with our authentic selves and less likely to lead to regret in the future. This might involve setting clear boundaries, saying no to commitments that don't serve us, or investing time and energy in the people and activities that truly matter to us. Ultimately, the key to transforming regret is to use it as a catalyst for positive change and growth. Rather than getting stuck in a cycle of rumination and self-blame, we can choose to learn from our past experiences and use them to inform our future choices and actions. This might involve taking risks and trying new things, even if we are afraid of failing or experiencing regret again. It might involve seeking out new opportunities for growth and learning, or reaching out to others for support and guidance. By embracing a growth mindset and a willingness to learn from our mistakes, we can begin to see regret not as a burden, but as a valuable teacher and guide on our journey of personal and emotional development. In learning to understand and transform regret, it is also important to practice self-awareness and honesty. Sometimes, our regrets can be rooted in deeper issues or patterns that we need to address in order to truly move forward. This might involve examining our beliefs and assumptions about ourselves and the world around us, or exploring the underlying emotions and experiences that contribute to our feelings of regret. By cultivating a deeper understanding of ourselves and our emotional landscape, we can begin to develop greater resilience and adaptability in the face of life's challenges and setbacks. Transforming regret is a lifelong process that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty. It is not always easy, and there will likely be moments when we feel stuck or overwhelmed by our emotions. However, by staying committed to the path of personal growth and emotional alchemy, we can gradually learn to alchemize our regrets into sources of wisdom, resilience, and empowerment. We can begin to trust in our own ability to navigate life's ups and downs, and to find meaning and purpose even in the face of adversity and challenge. Transforming regret is not about erasing the past or pretending that painful experiences never happened. Rather, it is about learning to integrate those experiences into our larger story, and to use them as fuel for our ongoing growth and development. By embracing the full range of our emotional experiences, including regret, we open ourselves up to a life of greater authenticity, creativity, and purpose. We become more fully ourselves, more alive to the beauty and complexity of the human experience. If you are struggling with regret, know that you are not alone, and that healing and transformation are possible. By committing to the path of emotional alchemy, and by surrounding yourself with supportive and compassionate allies, you can begin to transform your regrets into sources of strength, wisdom, and empowerment. The path may not always be easy, but the rewards a life of greater freedom, resilience, and purpose are truly worth the effort. Take a deep breath, trust in the wisdom of your own journey, and know that every moment, even the painful ones, is an opportunity for growth and transformation. Chapter 22. Learning from regret. Regret, while painful, can be a powerful teacher and catalyst for personal growth. When we take the time to reflect on our regrets and extract the lessons they hold, we can gain valuable insights into ourselves, our values, and our choices. One way to learn from regret is to examine the underlying motives and beliefs that drove our actions or inactions. Often, our regrets stem from choices that were not aligned with our authentic selves or our deepest values. By exploring the reasons behind our regretful decisions, we can begin to identify patterns of thought or behavior that may be holding us back or leading us astray. We can ask ourselves questions like, "What was I afraid of?" Or, "What did I prioritize in that moment, and why?" The answers to these questions can shed light on our fears, insecurities, and limiting beliefs, and help us to develop greater self-awareness and emotional intelligence. By understanding the root causes of our regrets, we can begin to make different choices in the future that are more aligned with our true selves and our long-term goals. Learning from regret also involves practicing self-reflection and introspection. This means taking the time to sit with our emotions without judgment or avoidance, and to explore what they have to teach us. We can use tools like journaling, meditation, or therapy to help us process our regrets and extract the lessons they hold. By giving ourselves permission to feel the full range of our emotions, without trying to suppress or escape them, we can begin to develop a deeper understanding of ourselves and our experiences. This process of self-reflection can be challenging and uncomfortable at times, as it requires us to confront aspects of ourselves that we may prefer to ignore or deny. However, by embracing the discomfort and leaning into the learning, we can emerge stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Learning from regret also involves cultivating a growth mindset, which means seeing challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and development, rather than as failures or defeats. When we approach our regrets with a growth mindset, we are more likely to extract valuable lessons and insights that can help us to improve and evolve. This might involve reframing our regrets as stepping stones on the path to success, rather than as dead ends or roadblocks. It might involve celebrating our efforts and progress, even when the outcomes are not what we had hoped for. By embracing a growth mindset, we can begin to see our regrets not as sources of shame or self-blame, but as natural and necessary parts of the learning process. We can develop greater resilience and adaptability in the face of life's challenges, knowing that every experience, even the painful ones, holds the potential for growth and transformation. Learning from regret also involves practicing forgiveness and self-compassion. When we are stuck in regret, it can be easy to fall into patterns of self-criticism and blame, berating ourselves for our mistakes and shortcomings. However, this kind of negative self-talk only serves to deepen our pain and keep us stuck in the past. By extending forgiveness and compassion to ourselves, we can begin to release the grip of regret and move forward with greater lightness and ease. This might involve practicing self-care and self-soothing in moments of regret, reminding ourselves that we are human and that mistakes are a natural part of the learning process. It might involve surrounding ourselves with supportive and compassionate allies who can offer encouragement and perspective when we are struggling. By treating ourselves with kindness and understanding, we can begin to transform our relationship with regret, seeing it not as a source of shame or punishment, but as an opportunity for growth and healing. Lastly, learning from regret involves taking action and making changes based on the insights and lessons we have gained. It is not enough to simply reflect on our regrets and extract the lessons they hold. We must also be willing to apply those lessons in our lives and make different choices moving forward. This might involve setting new goals or intentions based on our clarified values and priorities. It might involve seeking out new opportunities for growth and learning, or taking risks that we may have previously avoided out of fear or self-doubt. By taking action and making changes based on our regrets, we can begin to transform our past experiences into sources of empowerment and positive change. We can use our regrets as fuel for our personal and professional growth, knowing that every challenge and setback is an opportunity to learn, evolve, and become more fully ourselves. Learning from regret is a lifelong process that requires patience, self-awareness, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty. It is not always easy, and there will likely be moments when we feel stuck or overwhelmed by our emotions. However, by staying committed to the path of personal growth and emotional alchemy, we can gradually learn to extract the wisdom and insights that our regrets hold, and use them to inform our choices and actions moving forward. We can begin to trust in our own resilience and adaptability, knowing that we have the strength and the tools to navigate even the most challenging of life's experiences. We can embrace our regrets as valuable teachers and guides, pointing us towards a life of greater authenticity, purpose, and fulfillment. If you are struggling with regret, know that you are not alone, and that healing and transformation are possible. By committing to the path of self-reflection and personal growth, and by surrounding yourself with supportive and compassionate allies, you can begin to learn from your regrets and use them as catalysts for positive change. The path of learning from regret is a deeply personal and individual one, and will look different for everyone. What matters most is that you approach the process with curiosity, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace the full range of your emotional experiences. By doing so, you open yourself up to a life of greater wisdom, resilience, and purpose, a life in which your regrets become not sources of shame or self-blame, but valuable teachers and guides on the path of personal and emotional transformation. Chapter 23. Transforming regret into gratitude. Regret, while a painful emotion, can also be a powerful catalyst for cultivating gratitude and appreciation. When we take the time to reflect on our regrets and the lessons they hold, we can begin to see the hidden blessings and opportunities for growth that lie within even our most challenging experiences. One way to transform regret into gratitude is to focus on the present moment and the gifts that it holds. Often, when we are stuck in regret, we are dwelling on the past and the choices we wish we had made differently. By shifting our attention to the present, we can begin to appreciate the beauty and richness of our current reality, even if it is not exactly what we had planned or hoped for. This might involve practicing mindfulness and presence, taking the time to savor the small joys and pleasures of everyday life. It might involve expressing gratitude for the people, experiences, and opportunities that we do have, rather than fixating on what we lack or what we have lost. By cultivating a sense of gratitude and appreciation for the present moment, we can begin to release the grip of regret and open ourselves up to the possibilities and potential of our current reality. We can start to see our regrets not as failures or shortcomings, but as stepping stones on the path to a deeper and more fulfilling life. Transforming regret into gratitude also involves reframing our past experiences in a more positive and empowering light. While it is natural to feel sadness or disappointment over the choices we wish we had made differently, we can also choose to focus on the growth, learning, and resilience that have emerged from those experiences. We can ask ourselves questions like, what have I learned about myself and my values through this experience? Or, how has this regret helped me to clarify what truly matters to me in life? By shifting our perspective and looking for the silver linings in even our most painful experiences, we can begin to cultivate a sense of gratitude and appreciation for the lessons and insights that they hold. This process of reframing requires a willingness to let go of the what-ifs and if-onlys that can keep us stuck in regret. It involves accepting that the past cannot be changed, and that dwelling on what might have been only serves to rob us of the joy and potential of the present moment. By choosing to focus on the growth and learning that have emerged from our regrets, we can begin to see them as valuable parts of our personal journey, rather than as sources of shame or self-blame. We can develop a sense of gratitude for the resilience and strength that we have cultivated through even our most challenging experiences. Transforming regret into gratitude also involves practicing forgiveness and self-compassion. When we are stuck in regret, it can be easy to fall into patterns of self-criticism and blame, berating ourselves for our perceived mistakes and shortcomings. However, by extending forgiveness and compassion to ourselves, we can begin to release the burden of regret and cultivate a more loving and accepting relationship with ourselves. We can recognize that we are human, and that making mistakes and experiencing regret is a natural and inevitable part of the learning and growth process. This might involve practicing self-care and self-soothing in moments of regret, reminding ourselves that we are worthy of love and compassion, even when we have fallen short of our own expectations. It might involve surrounding ourselves with supportive and understanding allies who can offer encouragement and perspective when we are struggling. By treating ourselves with kindness and understanding, we can begin to transform our relationship with regret, seeing it not as a source of shame or punishment, but as an opportunity for healing, growth, and self-discovery. Lastly, transforming regret into gratitude involves taking action and making changes based on the insights and lessons we have gained. It is not enough to simply reframe our regrets in a more positive light. We must also be willing to apply those insights in our lives and make different choices moving forward. This might involve setting new intentions or goals based on our clarified values and priorities. It might involve seeking out new opportunities for growth, connection, and contribution, or taking risks that we may have previously avoided out of fear or self-doubt. By taking action and making changes based on our regrets, we can begin to transform them into sources of empowerment, purpose, and positive change. We can use our regrets as fuel for our personal and spiritual growth, knowing that every challenge and setback is an opportunity to learn, evolve, and become more fully ourselves. Transforming regret into gratitude is a lifelong practice that requires patience, self-awareness, and a willingness to embrace the full spectrum of our emotional experiences. It is not always easy, and there will likely be moments when we feel stuck or overwhelmed by the weight of our regrets. However, by staying committed to the path of personal growth and emotional alchemy, we can gradually learn to alchemize even our most painful regrets into sources of wisdom, resilience, and gratitude. We can begin to trust in the inherent value and purpose of our unique journey, knowing that every experience, even the difficult ones, holds the potential for transformation and growth. If you are struggling with regret, know that you are not alone, and that healing and transformation are possible. By committing to the path of self-reflection, forgiveness, and gratitude, and by surrounding yourself with supportive and compassionate allies, you can begin to transform your regrets into sources of strength, purpose, and appreciation. The path of transforming regret into gratitude is a deeply personal and individual one, and will look different for everyone. What matters most is that you approach the process with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to embrace the full range of your emotional experiences. By doing so, you open yourself up to a life of greater joy, connection, and meaning, a life in which your regrets become not sources of shame or self-blame, but valuable teachers and guides on the path of personal and spiritual awakening. You begin to see that every moment, even the painful ones, is a precious gift and an opportunity for growth, healing, and transformation. Chapter 24. Moving forward from regret. Regret can be a heavy burden to carry, weighing us down with feelings of sadness, disappointment, and self-blame. However, by learning to accept the unchangeable past and make peace with our regrets, we can begin to lighten our emotional load and move forward with greater freedom and ease. One key aspect of moving forward from regret is accepting that the past cannot be changed, no matter how much we might wish it could be. This can be a difficult truth to face, especially when our regrets feel particularly painful or significant. However, by recognizing that dwelling on the past only serves to keep us stuck and unhappy, we can begin to shift our focus to the present moment and the choices that are available to us now. We can start to see that while we cannot change what has already happened, we can choose how we respond to it and what we learn from it moving forward. This process of acceptance often involves grieving the losses and disappointments that are associated with our regrets. It is natural to feel sadness, anger, or frustration when we reflect on the things we wish we had done differently or the opportunities we feel we have missed. By allowing ourselves to fully feel and express these emotions, without judgment or avoidance, we can begin to release their hold on us and create space for healing and growth. This might involve practices like journaling, art making, or talking with a trusted friend or therapist. As we grieve and process our regrets, it is important to extend compassion and understanding to ourselves. Regret can often be accompanied by harsh self-criticism and blame, as we berate ourselves for our perceived mistakes and shortcomings. However, By treating ourselves with kindness and recognizing that we are human and imperfect, we can begin to soften the grip of regret and cultivate a more loving and accepting relationship with ourselves. We can remind ourselves that everyone makes mistakes and experiences regret, and that these experiences do not define our worth or value as individuals. Moving forward from regret also involves making peace with the consequences of our past choices and actions. Even if we cannot change what has happened, we can work to repair any damage or hurt that we may have caused, and to take responsibility for our role in the situation. This might involve offering a heartfelt apology, making amends, or taking steps to prevent similar regrets from happening in the future. By taking ownership of our choices and their impact, we can begin to release feelings of guilt or shame and move forward with greater integrity and self-respect. At the same time, moving forward from regret requires a willingness to let go of the what-ifs and if-onlys that can keep us trapped in a cycle of rumination and self-blame. While it is important to learn from our regrets and use them as opportunities for growth and self-reflection, we cannot allow them to control or define us. This means practicing the art of letting go, releasing our attachment to a particular outcome or version of the past, and accepting that things unfolded as they did for a reason, even if that reason is not immediately clear to us. It means trusting that our regrets, painful as they may be, are ultimately opportunities for learning, healing, and transformation. One powerful way to practice letting go is through the use of rituals or symbolic actions. This might involve writing a letter to our past selves, offering forgiveness and understanding, and then burning the letter as a way of releasing the past and moving forward. It might involve creating a piece of art that represents our regrets and the lessons we have learned from them, and then displaying it as a reminder of our growth and resilience. By engaging in these kinds of symbolic actions, we can help to shift our emotional energy and create a sense of closure and completion. Moving forward from regret also requires a willingness to take risks and embrace new opportunities and experiences. Often, our regrets can make us feel hesitant or afraid to put ourselves out there again, for fear of making the same mistakes or experiencing similar disappointments. However, by recognizing that risk and uncertainty are a natural part of life, and that every new experience holds the potential for growth and learning, we can begin to approach the future with greater courage and openness. We can start to see that our regrets do not have to hold us back or limit our possibilities, but can instead serve as a source of wisdom and resilience as we navigate new challenges and opportunities. This might involve setting new goals or intentions for ourselves, based on our clarified values and priorities. It might involve seeking out new experiences or relationships that align with our authentic selves and desires, even if they feel scary or unfamiliar at first. By embracing the unknown and taking bold steps forward, we can begin to create a new story for ourselves, one that is not defined by our regrets, but by our courage, resilience, and willingness to grow. Moving forward from regret is a gradual and nonlinear process, and it is important to be patient and compassionate with ourselves as we navigate this terrain. There will likely be moments when we feel stuck or discouraged, and times when our regrets feel particularly raw or overwhelming. In these moments, it is important to reach out for support and to remind ourselves that healing and growth are possible, even in the face of our deepest regrets. By surrounding ourselves with loving and understanding allies, and by staying committed to our own self-care and personal growth, we can begin to transform our regrets into sources of strength, wisdom, and resilience. The path of moving forward from regret is a brave and transformative one, and it requires a willingness to face our fears, grieve our losses, and embrace the unknown. However, the rewards of this work are immeasurable: a life of greater freedom, authenticity, and purpose, in which our regrets become not obstacles to overcome, but sacred teachers on the path of healing and transformation. If you are struggling to move forward from regret, know that you are not alone, and that there is hope and healing available to you. By committing to the path of self-compassion, acceptance, and growth. And by seeking out the support and resources you need to thrive, you can begin to alchemize your regrets into sources of strength and resilience. Trust in the wisdom of your own unique journey, and know that every step forward, no matter how small or tentative, is a powerful act of courage and self-love. With time, patience, and dedication, you can learn to make peace with your regrets and move forward into a life of greater freedom, purpose, and joy. Chapter 25. Understanding Loneliness. Loneliness is a complex and often misunderstood emotion that can have a profound impact on our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. At its core, loneliness is a feeling of disconnection or isolation, a sense that we are not truly seen, heard, or understood by those around us. While often associated with being physically alone, loneliness can strike even when we are surrounded by others. We can feel lonely in a crowded room, in a superficial relationship, or in a life that feels devoid of meaning and purpose. The roots of loneliness are varied and complex, and can include factors such as social anxiety, past traumas, or a lack of strong social connections. We may feel lonely because we struggle to connect authentically with others, or because we have not yet found a community that resonates with our values and interests. Loneliness can also be exacerbated by cultural factors, such as the increasing pace and disconnection of modern life, the prevalence of social media and digital communication, and the erosion of traditional social structures and support systems. Whatever its causes, the experience of loneliness can be deeply painful and isolating. When we feel lonely, we may feel like we are the only one struggling, or like there is something fundamentally wrong or unlovable about us. We may withdraw further from others, believing that we are protecting ourselves from rejection or hurt, but in reality only compounding our sense of isolation and disconnection. Over time, chronic loneliness can take a serious toll on our mental and physical health. Studies have shown that loneliness is associated with increased risk of depression, anxiety, and even physical health problems such as heart disease and cognitive decline. However, while loneliness can feel overwhelming and intractable at times, it is important to recognize that it is not a permanent or unchangeable state. With self-awareness, compassion, and a willingness to take action, we can begin to transform our experiences of loneliness into opportunities for growth, connection, and empowerment. One of the first steps in working with loneliness is to develop a deeper understanding of our own experiences and needs. This means getting curious about what loneliness feels like for us, and what it may be trying to communicate about our unmet needs or desires. Some questions we might ask ourselves include: when do I feel most lonely? What kind of connection or support do I long for in those moments? What beliefs or fears might be holding me back from reaching out or connecting with others? By exploring these questions with openness and curiosity, we can begin to develop greater insight into the roots of our loneliness and identify areas where we may need to grow or make changes in our lives. We may discover that our loneliness is a sign that we need to prioritize building stronger social connections, or that we need to work on developing greater self-acceptance and self-compassion. We may realize that our loneliness is a reflection of a deeper existential yearning for meaning and purpose, or a sign that we need to make changes in our relationships or lifestyle to better align with our authentic selves. As we develop this deeper understanding of our loneliness, it is important to approach our experiences with compassion and acceptance. Loneliness is a natural and understandable human emotion, and it is not a sign of weakness or deficiency to feel lonely at times. By extending kindness and understanding to ourselves, we can begin to soften the harsh edges of loneliness and create a more nurturing and supportive inner environment. We can remind ourselves that everyone struggles with loneliness at times, and that our worth and value are not contingent on our social connections or relationships. This self-compassion is not about minimizing or denying the pain of loneliness, but rather about creating a safe and loving space within ourselves from which to explore and address our experiences. As we cultivate this foundation of self-understanding and self-compassion, we can begin to take active steps to address our loneliness and build stronger connections with others. This may involve reaching out to friends or loved ones, joining new social groups or communities, or seeking the support of a therapist or counselor. It may also involve working on developing our social skills and confidence, practicing vulnerability and authenticity in our interactions with others, and letting go of perfectionism or the fear of rejection. Building meaningful social connections takes time, effort, and a willingness to step outside our comfort zones. It requires us to be proactive in seeking out opportunities for connection, and to be open to the possibility of disappointment or setbacks along the way. However, by staying committed to the process and trusting in our own resilience and worthiness, we can begin to create a life that is rich in love, belonging, and authentic connection. It is also important to recognize that while social connection is a fundamental human need, it is not the only antidote to loneliness. We can also find solace and connection through pursuits such as creativity, nature, spirituality, or service to others. By cultivating a sense of purpose and meaning beyond our social relationships, we can begin to build a more resilient and multifaceted sense of self, one that is less reliant on external validation or approval. Ultimately, transforming loneliness is about learning to connect more deeply and authentically with ourselves and others. It is about recognizing our inherent worthiness and value, and believing that we are deserving of love, belonging, and connection. It is about taking responsibility for our own happiness and well-being, while also opening ourselves up to the love and support of others. Transforming loneliness is a lifelong journey, and one that requires patience, courage, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and vulnerability. There will be moments of doubt, fear, and setbacks along the way, and times when the pain of loneliness feels insurmountable. However, by staying true to ourselves and our values, seeking out supportive communities and relationships, and cultivating a sense of purpose and meaning beyond our social connections, we can begin to alchemize even the darkest experiences of loneliness into opportunities for growth, healing, and transformation. We can learn to see loneliness not as a failure or a shortcoming, but as a sacred invitation to connect more deeply with ourselves and the world around us. We can begin to trust in the fundamental goodness and worthiness of our being, and to believe that we are never truly alone, even in our moments of greatest isolation. If you are struggling with loneliness, know that you are not alone, and that there is hope and healing available to you. By committing to the path of self-discovery, self-compassion, and authentic connection, you can begin to transform your loneliness into a source of strength, resilience, and profound personal growth. The path forward may be uncertain at times, but by staying true to yourself and reaching out for the support and guidance you need, you can begin to create a life that is rich in love, meaning, and true belonging. Trust in the wisdom of your own unique journey, and know that every step forward, no matter how small, is a powerful act of courage and self-love. Chapter 26. Embracing solitude for self-discovery. Solitude, often seen as the flip side of loneliness, can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. While loneliness is characterized by a sense of disconnection and yearning for social connection, solitude is a state of being alone without feeling lonely. It is a choice to turn inward and connect with oneself, rather than seeking fulfillment through external sources. In a culture that often equates worth with busyness and social connectivity, embracing solitude can feel challenging or even countercultural. We are bombarded with messages that tell us we should always be productive, social, and engaged, and that time spent alone is wasted or even pathological. However, the truth is that solitude is a vital component of a healthy and balanced life. When we take time to step away from the noise and distractions of the outside world, we create space for introspection, creativity, and self-awareness. Solitude allows us to get in touch with our own thoughts, feelings, and needs, without the influence or interference of others. It gives us permission to slow down, to listen deeply to our own inner wisdom, and to reconnect with our authentic selves. Some of the benefits of solitude include increased self-awareness, greater creativity and problem-solving skills, enhanced emotional regulation, and a deeper sense of peace and contentment. When we learn to be comfortable in our own company, we become less reliant on external validation and more confident in our own abilities and worthiness. However, embracing solitude is not always easy, especially if we have a history of trauma, anxiety, or low self-esteem. The idea of being alone with our own thoughts and feelings can be daunting, and we may fear that we will be overwhelmed by negative emotions or self-judgments. This is where the practice of self-compassion becomes essential. When we approach solitude with kindness and understanding, we create a safe and nurturing space in which to explore our inner world. Instead of judging or criticizing ourselves for our thoughts and feelings, we can practice observing them with curiosity and acceptance. We can remind ourselves that all emotions, even the difficult ones, are temporary and pass with time. One helpful way to begin practicing solitude is to start small, with short periods of intentional alone time. This might mean taking a few minutes each day to sit quietly and focus on your breath, or going for a solo walk in nature without any distractions. As you become more comfortable with solitude, you can gradually increase the length and frequency of your alone time. You might set aside an hour or two each week for self-reflection, journaling, or creative pursuits, or plan a solo retreat where you can immerse yourself in solitude for an extended period. The key is to approach solitude with intention and self-compassion, rather than as a punishment or a way to isolate yourself from others. Solitude should be a choice, not a default, and it should leave you feeling refreshed, grounded, and more connected to yourself and your purpose. It is also important to recognize that solitude is not the same as isolation. While solitude is a healthy and necessary part of a balanced life, isolation can be harmful and lead to feelings of loneliness, depression, and disconnection. The difference lies in the intention and the balance. Solitude is a choice to spend time alone in order to recharge and reconnect with oneself, while still maintaining meaningful connections with others. Isolation, on the other hand, is a state of being cut off from social support and interaction, often as a result of mental illness, trauma, or social stigma. To maintain this balance, it is important to cultivate a support system of trusted friends, family members, or professionals who can provide emotional support and guidance when needed. This might mean scheduling regular check-ins with loved ones, joining a support group or therapy, or finding ways to connect with others who share your interests and values. Embracing solitude also means learning to communicate your needs and boundaries with others. It means being willing to say no to social invitations or requests that don't align with your values or self-care needs, and learning to prioritize your own well-being over the expectations or demands of others. This can be challenging, especially if we have a history of people-pleasing or self-sacrifice. But it is an essential skill for maintaining healthy relationships and a strong sense of self. As we learn to embrace solitude and make space for self-discovery, we may find that our experiences of loneliness begin to shift and transform. We may discover that the ache of loneliness is not a sign that something is wrong with us, but rather an invitation to turn inward and connect more deeply with ourselves. We may find that by cultivating a loving and compassionate relationship with ourselves, we become more resilient and less dependent on external validation or approval. We may discover new sources of creativity, inspiration, and purpose that we never knew existed within us. Embracing solitude is a powerful act of self-love and self-discovery. It allows us to peel back the layers of conditioning and expectation that have accumulated over a lifetime, and to reconnect with the authentic essence of who we are. It is a way of honoring our own needs and desires, of valuing our own company and wisdom, and of creating space for growth, healing, and transformation. If you have been struggling with loneliness or disconnection, know that solitude can be a powerful ally on your path to greater self-awareness and fulfillment. By approaching alone time with intention, self-compassion, and a willingness to explore your inner world, you can begin to transform your experiences of isolation into opportunities for profound personal growth and self-discovery. Trust in the wisdom of your own inner guidance, and know that every moment of solitude, no matter how brief or mundane, is an opportunity to deepen your relationship with yourself and your place in the world. With practice, patience, and self-love, you can learn to embrace solitude as a sacred gift and to find true belonging and connection within yourself. Chapter 27. Transforming loneliness into connection. Loneliness, while painful, can also serve as a powerful catalyst for cultivating deeper connection and belonging in our lives. By learning to transform our experiences of loneliness into opportunities for growth and connection, we can begin to build a life that is rich in love, support, and authentic relationship. One of the first steps in transforming loneliness is to recognize that the experience of loneliness itself is not a sign that something is wrong with us or that we are fundamentally unlovable. Loneliness is a natural human emotion, one that serves as a signal that our needs for connection and belonging are not being fully met. When we approach our loneliness with curiosity and compassion, rather than judgment or shame, we create space to explore what we truly long for in our relationships and social connections. We can begin to identify the specific qualities and experiences that make us feel seen, heard, and valued, and use this awareness to guide us in seeking out more fulfilling relationships and communities. This process of self-reflection and self-discovery is not always easy, and it may require us to confront painful experiences or beliefs from our past that have contributed to our feelings of loneliness or disconnection. However, by approaching this inner work with patience, courage, and self-compassion, we can begin to heal old wounds and develop a more loving and accepting relationship with ourselves. As we cultivate greater self-awareness and self-acceptance, we naturally become more open and available for authentic connection with others. When we feel more grounded and at peace within ourselves, we are less likely to approach relationships from a place of neediness, desperation, or fear of rejection. Instead, we can begin to build connections based on shared values, mutual respect, and a genuine desire to know and support one another. We can practice vulnerability and honesty in our interactions, sharing our true thoughts, feelings, and experiences with others and creating space for them to do the same. Building authentic connections also requires a willingness to step outside our comfort zones and take risks in our social interactions. This might involve initiating conversations with new people, joining groups or communities that align with our interests and values, or saying yes to invitations and opportunities that we might normally shy away from. While the prospect of putting ourselves out there can feel daunting, especially if we have experienced rejection or hurt in the past, it is through taking these small, courageous steps that we begin to build a sense of resilience and confidence in our ability to connect with others. We can also transform loneliness by cultivating a sense of purpose and meaning beyond our social relationships. When we have a clear sense of our values, passions, and goals, we are less likely to rely solely on others for our sense of worth and fulfillment. This might involve pursuing creative projects, volunteering for causes we care about, or developing a spiritual or mindfulness practice that helps us feel more connected to something larger than ourselves. By building a life that is rich in purpose and meaning, we create a stronger foundation from which to weather the ups and downs of our social connections. Transforming loneliness into connection also requires a willingness to let go of unrealistic expectations or ideals about relationships. No one person or relationship can meet all of our needs, and it is important to cultivate a diverse network of support that includes friends, family, romantic partners, and communities that share our values and interests. It is also important to recognize that all relationships go through challenges and periods of disconnection, and that this is a normal and natural part of the human experience. By approaching our relationships with patience, understanding, and a willingness to work through difficulties, we can build the kind of resilient and enduring connections that sustain us over the long haul. Ultimately, transforming loneliness into connection is about learning to take responsibility for our own happiness and well-being, while also opening ourselves up to the love and support of others. It is about recognizing our inherent worthiness and lovability, and believing that we are deserving of meaningful, fulfilling relationships. This is a lifelong journey, and one that requires ongoing effort, courage, and self-reflection. There will be moments of doubt, fear, and setbacks along the way, and times when the pain of loneliness feels overwhelming. However, by staying true to ourselves and our values, seeking out supportive communities and relationships, and cultivating a sense of purpose and meaning in our lives, we can begin to alchemize even the darkest experiences of loneliness into opportunities for growth, healing, and profound connection. We can learn to see loneliness not as a life sentence, but as an invitation to connect more deeply with ourselves and others. We can begin to trust in the fundamental goodness and lovability of our being, and to believe that we are worthy of the kind of authentic, nourishing relationships that we long for. The path of transforming loneliness into connection is not a straight line, but a winding, iterative journey of growth and self-discovery. It requires us to be patient, kind, and forgiving with ourselves, and to surround ourselves with others who can offer support, encouragement, and guidance along the way. If you are struggling with loneliness, know that you are not alone, and that there is hope and healing available to you. By committing to the path of authentic connection and self-love, you can begin to transform your loneliness into a source of strength, resilience, and profound personal growth. Trust in the wisdom of your own heart, and know that every step you take towards connection, no matter how small or tentative, is a powerful act of courage and self-love. With time, patience, and dedication, you can begin to build the kind of rich, fulfilling relationships that your soul truly longs for. Chapter 28. Finding belonging within oneself. Belonging is a fundamental human need, a deep yearning to feel seen, accepted, and connected to something greater than oneself. We often seek belonging through external sources, such as relationships, communities, or accomplishments, hoping that they will provide us with the sense of safety and worthiness we crave. However, true belonging cannot be found solely through external validation or approval. While supportive relationships and communities can certainly enhance our sense of belonging, they cannot replace the essential work of cultivating belonging within ourselves. Finding belonging within oneself means developing a deep and unshakable sense of self-acceptance, self-love, and self-trust. It means learning to see ourselves through the lens of compassion and understanding, rather than judgment or criticism. This process of self-belonging requires us to confront and heal the wounds of our past, the beliefs and patterns that have led us to feel unworthy or disconnected from ourselves. It means taking responsibility for our own healing and growth, rather than waiting for others to fix or complete us. One powerful way to cultivate self-belonging is through the practice of self-compassion. Self-compassion involves treating ourselves with the same kindness, care, and understanding we would extend to a good friend or loved one. When we practice self-compassion, we learn to see our own struggles and imperfections as part of the shared human experience, rather than as personal failings or deficiencies. We learn to comfort and nurture ourselves through difficult emotions, rather than judging or berating ourselves for feeling them. Self-compassion can be cultivated through practices such as mindfulness meditation, journaling, or self-care rituals that honor our physical, emotional, and spiritual needs. It can also involve seeking out supportive resources, such as therapy, coaching, or self-help books that promote self-acceptance and self-love. Finding belonging within oneself also means learning to trust our own inner wisdom and intuition. It means developing a strong sense of personal values, boundaries, and priorities, and honoring them even when they differ from the expectations or beliefs of others. This can be challenging, especially if we have a history of people-pleasing or self-doubt. but it is an essential part of building a solid foundation of self-trust and self-respect. When we learn to listen to and act on our own inner guidance, we become less reliant on external validation and more confident in our own choices and decisions. One way to strengthen our connection to our inner wisdom is through practices such as journaling, art making, or spending time in nature. These activities can help us tune out the noise and distractions of the outside world and tune into the quiet voice of our own truth. We can also cultivate self-trust by setting and honoring healthy boundaries, both with others and with ourselves. This means learning to say no to requests or invitations that don't align with our values or self-care needs, and yes to the things that nourish and support our growth and well-being. Finding belonging within oneself also means embracing our own uniqueness and individuality. It means celebrating the qualities and quirks that make us different, rather than trying to fit into a mold or conform to external standards of success or worth. This can be challenging in a culture that often values conformity and sameness, but it is an essential part of finding true belonging and purpose in life. When we learn to embrace and express our authentic selves, we attract people and opportunities that resonate with our true nature and values. We can cultivate self-acceptance and self-expression through practices such as creative pursuits, personal style, or exploring new hobbies and interests that light us up. We can also seek out communities and spaces that celebrate diversity and encourage authentic self-expression. Finding belonging within oneself is a lifelong journey, one that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty. There will be times when we feel disconnected or unsure, and times when the pull of external validation feels strong. However, by staying committed to the path of self-discovery and self-love, we can gradually build a deep and unshakable sense of belonging within ourselves. We can learn to weather the storms of loneliness and disconnection, knowing that we have a safe and loving home within our own hearts. This sense of self-belonging is not a destination, but a daily practice of showing up for ourselves with kindness, acceptance, and care. It means learning to be our own best friend, our own source of comfort and support, even in the face of life's challenges and uncertainties. As we deepen our sense of self-belonging, we may find that our experiences of loneliness and disconnection begin to shift and transform. We may discover that the ache of loneliness is not a sign that we are fundamentally flawed or unlovable, but rather an invitation to turn inward and connect more deeply with ourselves. We may find that by cultivating a loving and compassionate relationship with ourselves, we become more open and available to genuine connection and belonging with others. We may attract people and communities that reflect our own self-love and self-acceptance, and that support us in our ongoing growth and evolution. Finding belonging within oneself is a radical act of self-love and self-empowerment. It means claiming our own worth and value, regardless of external circumstances or validation. It means learning to trust in the fundamental goodness and enoughness of our being, even in the face of doubt, fear, or loneliness. If you have been struggling with feelings of loneliness or disconnection, know that the path to true belonging begins within. By committing to the daily practice of self-compassion, self-trust, and self-acceptance, you can begin to cultivate a deep and unshakable sense of belonging within yourself. This path is not always easy, and there will likely be moments of resistance, fear, and discomfort along the way. However, by staying true to yourself and your own inner wisdom, you can gradually build a foundation of self-love and self-belonging that will support you through all of life's ups and downs. Chapter 29. Understanding jealousy. Jealousy is a complex and often misunderstood emotion that can have a significant impact on our relationships and emotional well-being. At its core, jealousy is a feeling of insecurity, fear, or anxiety that arises when we perceive a threat to a valued relationship or aspect of our identity. Jealousy can manifest in many different ways, from mild feelings of envy or competitiveness to more intense and destructive behaviors like possessiveness, manipulation, or aggression. It can be triggered by a wide range of situations, from a romantic partner spending time with someone else to a coworker receiving praise or recognition that we feel we deserve. One of the key challenges with jealousy is that it is often rooted in deep-seated fears and beliefs about ourselves and our worth. When we experience jealousy, we may be tapping into underlying feelings of inadequacy, abandonment, or rejection that have their origins in early childhood experiences or past traumas. These fears can lead us to view situations through a distorted lens, perceiving threats or slights where none may exist. We may become hypervigilant to signs of betrayal or abandonment, reading into innocent interactions or comments, and assuming the worst about our partner's intentions or feelings. Jealousy can also be fueled by unrealistic expectations or beliefs about relationships. We may hold onto idealized notions of perfect love or partnership, expecting our significant other to meet all of our needs and never experience attraction or interest in anyone else. When these expectations are not met, we may feel threatened or betrayed, even if our partner has done nothing wrong. We may become controlling or possessive, trying to limit our partner's autonomy or freedom in an attempt to quell our own insecurities. The impact of jealousy on relationships can be significant. It can erode trust, create conflict and resentment, and ultimately drive a wedge between partners. When we are consumed by jealousy, we may become so focused on our own fears and insecurities that we lose sight of our partner's needs and perspectives. We may lash out in anger or accuse them of being unfaithful, even in the absence of any evidence. We may withdraw emotionally or become passive-aggressive, hoping to manipulate or punish our partner into reassuring us of their love and commitment. Over time, these patterns of behavior can damage the foundation of even the strongest relationships. Partners may begin to feel suffocated, controlled, or constantly on edge, never knowing when the next jealous outburst or accusation will come. They may start to withdraw or pull away, seeking space and autonomy that feels threatened by their partner's jealousy. In extreme cases, jealousy can even lead to violence or abuse, as individuals become consumed by their own fears and insecurities and lash out in destructive ways. The first step in transforming jealousy is to develop a deeper understanding of the emotion and its roots. This means getting curious about our own experiences of jealousy and exploring the thoughts, beliefs, and past experiences that may be fueling these feelings. Some questions we might ask ourselves include: what situations or triggers tend to provoke feelings of jealousy from me? What thoughts or beliefs about myself or my relationship come up when I feel jealous? What past experiences or relationships may be influencing my current reactions? By exploring these questions with honesty and self-compassion, we can begin to develop greater insight into the deeper fears and insecurities that may be driving our jealousy. We can start to recognize patterns of thought or behavior that may be contributing to our distress, and identify areas where we may need to challenge or reframe our beliefs. Central to this process of self-reflection is the practice of mindfulness. When we are caught up in the throes of jealousy, it can be easy to get swept away by our thoughts and emotions, losing touch with the present moment and the reality of the situation at hand. By practicing mindfulness, we can learn to observe our jealous thoughts and feelings with greater objectivity and distance. We can notice when we are getting caught up in stories or assumptions, and gently bring our attention back to the present moment and the facts of the situation. This practice of mindful awareness can help us to break free from the grip of jealousy in the moment and create space for more thoughtful and intentional responses. Rather than reacting impulsively or lashing out in anger, we can learn to pause, take a breath, and choose a response that is more aligned with our values and the needs of the relationship. As we develop greater self-awareness and emotional regulation skills, we can also begin to communicate more effectively with our partners about our experiences of jealousy. Rather than accusing or blaming, we can learn to express our feelings and needs in a way that is clear, direct, and non-judgmental. This might involve using I statements to share our own experiences and perspectives, rather than making assumptions or accusations about our partner's intentions or behavior. It might involve setting clear boundaries and expectations around trust, communication, and autonomy in the relationship. By approaching these conversations with openness, vulnerability, and a willingness to listen and understand our partner's perspective, we can begin to build greater trust and intimacy in our relationships. We can create a shared understanding of what we both need to feel secure and supported, and work together to find ways to meet those needs in a healthy and mutually satisfying way. Transforming jealousy also requires a willingness to challenge and reframe some of the underlying beliefs and assumptions that may be fueling our insecurities. This might involve examining our own self-esteem and sense of worth, and working to cultivate a more stable and secure sense of self that is not dependent on external validation or comparisons to others. It might involve challenging idealized notions of love and relationships, and accepting that all partnerships involve a degree of risk, vulnerability, and uncertainty. It might involve learning to trust in our own resilience and ability to cope with change and loss, rather than clinging to the illusion of control or permanence. Transforming jealousy is a complex and ongoing process that requires patience, self-awareness, and a commitment to growth and change. There is no quick fix or easy solution, and the work of transformation often involves confronting deep-seated fears and beliefs that have been with us for many years. However, the rewards of this work are significant. By learning to alchemize our experiences of jealousy into opportunities for growth and connection, we can cultivate relationships that are built on a foundation of trust, respect, and mutual understanding. We can learn to relate to our partners and ourselves with greater compassion, curiosity, and openness, and to weather the inevitable challenges and changes that arise in any long-term partnership. We can develop a more secure and resilient sense of self, one that is grounded in our own inherent worth and value, rather than in external validation or comparison. The path of transforming jealousy is not always easy, but it is a path that is rich in opportunities for growth, healing, and connection. With patience, dedication, and a commitment to self-awareness and growth, we can learn to transform even the most intense experiences of jealousy into catalysts for positive change and transformation in our lives and relationships. Chapter 30. Reframing jealousy as inspiration. Jealousy is a complex and often misunderstood emotion that can have a profound impact on our relationships, self-esteem, and overall well-being. At its core, jealousy is a fear-based emotion that arises when we perceive a threat to a valued relationship or aspect of our identity. Whether triggered by a romantic partner's attraction to someone else, a friend's success or accomplishments, or a colleague's recognition at work, jealousy can feel intense, overwhelming, and even shameful. It can lead us to act out in ways that damage our connections with others and ourselves, such as lashing out in anger, withdrawing in self-pity, or engaging in self-destructive behaviors. However, while jealousy is often viewed as a negative or toxic emotion, it can also serve as a powerful catalyst for personal growth and transformation. By learning to reframe jealousy as inspiration, we can harness its energy to motivate positive change and self-improvement in our lives. The first step in reframing jealousy is to recognize that the emotion itself is not inherently bad or wrong, but rather a natural human response to perceived threats or inadequacies. When we feel jealous, it is often because something or someone has triggered a deep-seated fear or insecurity within us, such as a fear of abandonment, a sense of inadequacy, or a belief that we are not enough. By approaching jealousy with curiosity and compassion, rather than judgment or shame, we can begin to explore the roots of the emotion and identify the unmet needs or desires that it may be pointing to. We can ask ourselves questions like, what is this jealousy trying to tell me about what I value or long for in my life? What fears or beliefs about myself are being triggered by this situation? What do I need to feel more secure, fulfilled, or valued in my relationships or pursuits? As we gain insight into the underlying drivers of our jealousy, we can begin to reframe the emotion as a valuable source of information and motivation. Rather than getting caught up in feelings of resentment, envy, or bitterness towards others, we can choose to focus on what we can learn and how we can grow from the experience. This might involve identifying areas of our lives where we feel unfulfilled or stagnant, and setting goals or intentions to make positive changes in those areas. It might mean acknowledging and appreciating the qualities or accomplishments we admire in others, and using them as inspiration to develop those same qualities within ourselves. Reframing jealousy as inspiration also involves cultivating a growth mindset, which means seeing challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and development, rather than as threats to our ego or self-worth. When we feel jealous of someone else's success or achievements, we can choose to view them as examples of what is possible, rather than as evidence of our own inadequacy. We can use the energy of jealousy to fuel our own motivation and commitment to personal growth, setting our own goals and working towards them with dedication and perseverance. We can celebrate the successes of others as signs of the abundance and potential that exists in the world, knowing that their achievements do not diminish our own worth or possibilities. At the same time, reframing jealousy requires us to take responsibility for our own happiness and fulfillment, rather than placing that burden on others. It means recognizing that no one person or achievement can complete us or make us feel whole, and that true security and contentment must come from within. This involves developing a strong sense of self-worth and self-acceptance, independent of external validation or comparisons to others. It means learning to love and appreciate ourselves for who we are, flaws and all, and treating ourselves with the same kindness and compassion we would extend to a beloved friend. As we cultivate this foundation of self-love and self-acceptance, we become less vulnerable to the triggers of jealousy and more resilient in the face of life's challenges and uncertainties. We learn to trust in our own unique path and purpose, knowing that our worth and value are not determined by how we stack up against others. Reframing jealousy as inspiration also involves practicing gratitude and abundance thinking. When we focus on what we lack or what others have that we don't, we create a mentality of scarcity and competition that breeds jealousy and resentment. But when we choose to focus on the blessings and opportunities that we do have, we open ourselves up to a greater sense of sufficiency, contentment, and possibility. This might involve keeping a gratitude journal, where we regularly reflect on the people, experiences, and resources that enrich our lives. It might mean celebrating the successes and joys of others, knowing that their happiness does not diminish our own. It might involve cultivating a spirit of generosity and collaboration, looking for ways to support and uplift others, rather than compete with or tear them down. Transforming jealousy into inspiration is a practice that requires patience, self-awareness, and a willingness to confront our own fears and insecurities. It is not always easy, and there will likely be times when the old patterns of jealousy and comparison resurface, threatening to pull us back into a cycle of negativity and self-doubt. However, by staying committed to the path of personal growth and emotional alchemy, we can gradually learn to alchemize even the most intense experiences of jealousy into fuel for positive change and transformation. We can begin to see jealousy not as a shameful or destructive emotion, but as a sacred signpost pointing us towards our deepest longings and untapped potential. We can learn to approach others with a spirit of admiration and appreciation, celebrating their unique gifts and strengths while also honoring our own. We can build relationships and communities based on mutual support, encouragement, and collaboration, rather than competition or scarcity. Transforming jealousy into inspiration is a powerful act of emotional alchemy that requires us to confront our own shadows and fears, and to trust in the fundamental goodness and sufficiency of our being. It is a daily practice of choosing love over fear, abundance over scarcity, and growth over stagnation. The path of transforming jealousy is not a straightforward or linear one, and will likely involve setbacks, challenges, and moments of discomfort along the way. However, By staying true to our own values and aspirations, and surrounding ourselves with supportive and uplifting influences, we can learn to harness the energy of jealousy for our highest good and the greater good of all. If you have been struggling with feelings of jealousy or comparison, know that you are not alone and that transformation is possible. By committing to the path of self-love, personal growth, and emotional alchemy, you can begin to reframe your jealousy as a powerful catalyst for positive change and inspiration in your life. Chapter 31. Cultivating Abundance and Generosity. Jealousy often stems from a scarcity mindset, a belief that there is not enough love, attention, or success to go around. When we view life through this lens of lack and limitation, we become more prone to feeling threatened by others' successes or relationships, fearing that their gain must come at our own expense. Transforming jealousy requires a fundamental shift in our perspective, from one of scarcity to one of abundance. An abundance mindset recognizes that there is more than enough love, joy, and fulfillment to go around, and that others' happiness and success do not diminish our own. Cultivating an abundance mindset starts with gratitude. When we focus on the blessings and opportunities that we already have in our lives, we begin to shift our attention away from what we lack and toward the richness and fullness of our present experience. This practice of gratitude can be as simple as taking a few moments each day to reflect on the people, experiences, and things that bring us joy and meaning. It might involve keeping a gratitude journal, where we write down 3 things we are thankful for each day, or sharing our appreciation with others through words of affirmation or acts of kindness. As we cultivate gratitude, we begin to develop a deeper sense of sufficiency and contentment. We recognize that we already have everything we need to be happy and fulfilled, and that true abundance comes from within, rather than from external sources. From this place of inner abundance, we can begin to practice generosity, the act of giving freely and openly to others without expectation of reward or reciprocation. Generosity is the antidote to jealousy because it shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have to give. When we are generous with our time, attention, and resources, we send a powerful message to ourselves and others that there is enough to go around. We begin to see others' successes and joys as opportunities to celebrate and share in their abundance, rather than as threats to our own sense of worth or security. Practicing generosity can take many forms, from volunteering our time and skills to a cause we care about, to offering words of encouragement and support to someone who is struggling, to sharing our material resources with those in need. It can also involve practicing generosity in our relationships, by giving our partners and loved ones the freedom and autonomy to pursue their own interests and connections, trusting in the abundance of love and connection that exists between us. As we cultivate a spirit of generosity, we may find that our experiences of jealousy begin to shift and transform. We may discover that the energy we once spent on comparing and competing can be redirected toward creating and sharing value with others. We may find that our relationships become more fulfilling and authentic as we learn to give and receive love and support freely, without attachment or expectation. We may even find that our own sense of self-worth and confidence grows as we recognize the inherent value and goodness that we have to offer the world. Cultivating abundance and generosity is not always easy, and it requires a willingness to confront and let go of deeply ingrained patterns of scarcity and fear. It can be challenging to trust in the sufficiency of the universe when we have experienced loss, betrayal, or hardship in the past. However, by committing to the daily practice of gratitude and generosity, we can begin to rewire our brains and hearts for abundance. We can start to see the world through a lens of possibility and potential, rather than one of lack and limitation. We can learn to relate to ourselves and others with greater compassion, understanding, and openness, recognizing that we are all interconnected and that our own happiness and fulfillment are intimately tied to the well-being of those around us. Transforming jealousy through the cultivation of abundance and generosity is a lifelong practice, one that requires patience, self-awareness, and a willingness to let go of old patterns and beliefs. It is a path that is rich in challenges and opportunities for growth, but also one that is filled with joy, connection, and meaning. As we learn to alchemize our experiences of jealousy into opportunities for greater generosity and abundance, we not only transform our own lives, but also contribute to a more loving and compassionate world. We become agents of positive change, spreading ripples of kindness and connection that have the power to heal and transform even the most painful and difficult emotions. The path of abundance and generosity is not a destination, but a way of being, one that requires us to show up each day with an open heart and a willingness to give and receive freely. It is a path that challenges us to confront our deepest fears and insecurities, but also one that offers us the opportunity to discover our own limitless capacity for love, joy, and connection. If you have been struggling with jealousy, know that there is hope and healing available to you. By committing to the daily practice of gratitude and generosity, and by surrounding yourself with supportive and compassionate allies, you can begin to transform your jealousy into a catalyst for greater abundance and fulfillment in your life and relationships. Trust in the inherent goodness and sufficiency of the universe, and know that you have the power within you to create a life of true prosperity and purpose. Embrace the path of abundance and generosity with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch as your experiences of jealousy begin to alchemize into opportunities for growth, connection, and transformation. Chapter 32. Building secure and trusting relationships. Jealousy can wreak havoc on even the healthiest of relationships, eroding trust, communication, and intimacy over time. Whether triggered by past wounds, unmet needs, or present-day insecurities, jealousy has the power to create a climate of suspicion, defensiveness, and disconnection between partners. However, while jealousy can feel like an insurmountable obstacle to building secure and trusting relationships, it is possible to transform this challenging emotion into an opportunity for growth, healing, and deeper connection. The key lies in approaching jealousy with curiosity, compassion, and a commitment to honest and open communication. One of the first steps in building secure and trusting relationships in the face of jealousy is to develop a shared understanding of what jealousy means for each partner. Jealousy can look and feel different for everyone, and it's important to create a safe and non-judgmental space for each person to express their unique experiences and triggers. This might involve setting aside dedicated times to have a heart-to-heart conversation about jealousy, without distractions or interruptions. It means approaching the conversation with a spirit of openness and empathy, seeking to understand rather than to judge or defend. During this conversation, each partner can share their own experiences of jealousy, including the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that tend to arise when they feel threatened or insecure in the relationship. They can also share any past experiences or wounds that may be contributing to their current jealousy triggers, such as a history of betrayal or abandonment. By creating a shared understanding of each other's jealousy experiences, partners can begin to develop greater empathy and compassion for one another. They can start to see jealousy not as a personal attack or a sign of mistrust, but as a natural human response to perceived threats or unmet needs. This understanding can also help partners to identify patterns of behavior or communication that may be unintentionally triggering or exacerbating jealousy in the relationship. For example, if one partner tends to withdraw or shut down when feeling jealous, while the other tends to become clingy or controlling, these patterns can create a cycle of disconnection and mistrust. By bringing awareness to these patterns and committing to finding new ways of relating, partners can begin to break free from the grip of jealousy and cultivate a more secure and trusting bond. This might involve practicing new communication skills, such as using I statements to express feelings and needs, or learning to listen actively and empathetically to one another. It might also involve setting clear boundaries and agreements around trust and transparency in the relationship. This could include establishing shared expectations around communication with ex-partners, social media use, or time spent apart from one another. The key is to approach these agreements with a spirit of collaboration and mutual respect, rather than as a means of controlling or restricting one another's behavior. The goal is to create a shared sense of safety and security in the relationship, while also honoring each partner's individual needs and autonomy. Building secure and trusting relationships in the face of jealousy also requires a willingness to take responsibility for one's own emotions and reactions. It means recognizing that while jealousy may be triggered by external events or circumstances, it is ultimately an internal experience that each person must learn to manage and regulate for themselves. This involves developing a toolkit of self-soothing and emotional regulation strategies that can help to diffuse jealousy in the moment. It might include practices like deep breathing, mindfulness meditation, or physical exercise, which can help to calm the nervous system and create space for more rational and empathetic responses. It also means learning to challenge and reframe the negative thoughts and beliefs that often fuel jealousy, such as, "I'm not good enough," or "my partner is going to leave me for someone else." By questioning the validity of these thoughts and replacing them with more realistic and self-compassionate ones, individuals can begin to develop a more stable and secure sense of self within the relationship. This work of self-regulation and self-soothing is not always easy, and it may require the support of a therapist, counselor, or other trusted ally. However, by taking responsibility for one's own emotions and reactions, individuals can begin to show up more fully and authentically in their relationships and create a climate of trust and mutual support. Transforming jealousy in relationships is not a one-time event, but an ongoing practice that requires patience, dedication, and a willingness to grow and evolve together. There will likely be moments of discomfort, vulnerability, and even conflict along the way, as partners navigate the complexities of trust, intimacy, and individual needs. However, by staying committed to the path of honest communication, emotional responsibility, and mutual understanding, couples can gradually alchemize even the most intense experiences of jealousy into opportunities for deeper connection and growth. They can learn to see jealousy not as a threat to the relationship, but as an invitation to explore the unmet needs, fears, and desires that may be lurking beneath the surface. They can use jealousy as a catalyst for greater self-awareness, empathy, and mutual support, and build a relationship that is grounded in trust, respect, and unconditional love. Building secure and trusting relationships in the face of jealousy is not a linear or predictable process, and it may require a willingness to face discomfort, uncertainty, and even heartache along the way. However, by staying true to the values of honesty, vulnerability, and growth, couples can weather even the stormiest of emotional seas and emerge stronger, wiser, and more deeply connected on the other side. The path of transforming jealousy in relationships is a courageous and worthwhile one, and it holds the potential for profound healing, joy, and intimacy. With patience, dedication, and a commitment to the practices of emotional alchemy, any relationship can learn to alchemize the pain of jealousy into the gold of secure and trusting love. Chapter 33. Understanding Anxiety. Anxiety is a pervasive and often debilitating emotion that affects millions of people worldwide. At its core, anxiety is a state of heightened worry, fear, or unease that can range from mild nervousness to severe panic attacks. It can be triggered by a wide range of situations, from public speaking and social interactions to health concerns and financial stress. While anxiety is a natural and evolutionarily adaptive response to perceived threats, it can become problematic when it is chronic, excessive, or disproportionate to the situation at hand. When anxiety takes over, it can interfere with our daily functioning, relationships, and overall quality of life. One of the key challenges with anxiety is that it often operates on a subconscious level, triggering physiological and psychological responses before we even have a chance to consciously process the perceived threat. This is because anxiety is rooted in the limbic system, the part of the brain responsible for processing emotions and regulating the body's stress response. When we perceive a threat, whether real or imagined, The amygdala, a small, almond-shaped structure in the limbic system, sends signals to the hypothalamus, which in turn activates the sympathetic nervous system. This triggers a cascade of physiological changes known as the fight or flight response, including increased heart rate, rapid breathing, and a surge of adrenaline and cortisol. While this response can be life-saving in situations of actual danger, it can also be triggered by more subtle or imagined threats, such as a looming deadline at work or a perceived social rejection. Over time, chronic activation of the stress response can lead to a host of physical and mental health problems, including cardiovascular disease, digestive issues, and mood disorders. To make matters more complex, anxiety often co-occurs with other mental health conditions, such as depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. This can create a vicious cycle in which anxiety feeds into and is fed by these other conditions, making it even more challenging to break free from the grip of chronic worry and fear. So how can we begin to understand and work with anxiety in a more skillful and empowered way? The first step is to develop a deeper awareness of our own unique anxiety triggers and patterns. This means paying attention to the situations, thoughts, and sensations that tend to provoke feelings of anxiety, and noticing how these feelings manifest in our bodies and behavior. Some common anxiety triggers include uncertainty or lack of control, social situations, health concerns, financial stress, and relationship difficulties. However, triggers can also be highly individual and may be rooted in past traumas, negative self-beliefs, or other personal experiences. As we become more attuned to our anxiety triggers, we can start to develop a more objective and compassionate relationship with the emotion. Rather than getting caught up in the story of our anxiety or trying to push it away, we can learn to observe it with curiosity and acceptance. This practice of mindful awareness can be cultivated through techniques such as meditation, deep breathing, and body scans. By bringing our attention to the present moment and the physical sensations of anxiety, we can start to create space between ourselves and the emotion, recognizing that it is a temporary experience rather than a fixed reality. We can also learn to question and reframe the thoughts and beliefs that fuel our anxiety. Anxious thoughts are often characterized by catastrophizing, all-or-nothing thinking, and overestimation of risk or danger. By examining these thoughts with a more rational and balanced perspective, we can start to challenge their validity and develop more realistic and empowering beliefs. This process of cognitive restructuring can be supported by practices such as journaling, thought records, and working with a cognitive behavioral therapist. By identifying and challenging our anxiety-provoking thoughts, we can start to break the cycle of chronic worry and fear and develop a greater sense of resilience and self-efficacy. In addition to these cognitive and mindfulness-based approaches, there are also many lifestyle factors that can help to reduce anxiety and promote overall well-being. These include regular exercise, healthy eating, sufficient sleep, and stress management techniques such as yoga, tai chi, or progressive muscle relaxation. Building a strong support system of trusted friends, family members, or mental health professionals can also be invaluable in managing anxiety. Having people to talk to and lean on during times of stress can provide a sense of connection, validation, and perspective that can be deeply reassuring and grounding. It's important to note that while these strategies can be highly effective in managing anxiety, they are not a substitute for professional treatment when needed. If anxiety is severely impacting your daily functioning or quality of life, it's important to seek the guidance of a qualified mental health provider who can provide individualized assessment and treatment options. Transforming anxiety is a gradual and ongoing process that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to face discomfort and uncertainty. It involves developing a new relationship with the emotion, one characterized by curiosity, acceptance, and a belief in our own resilience and capacity for growth. By approaching anxiety with mindfulness, self-reflection, and a commitment to self-care, we can start to alchemize this challenging emotion into a catalyst for greater self-awareness, personal growth, and emotional freedom. We can learn to ride the waves of anxiety with greater ease and grace, trusting in our ability to navigate even the stormiest of emotional seas. The path of transforming anxiety is not always easy, but it is one that is rich in opportunities for healing, self-discovery, and empowerment. With each step we take towards greater self-understanding and self-compassion, we open ourselves up to a life of greater peace, purpose, and emotional resilience. If you are struggling with anxiety, know that you are not alone and that healing is possible. By committing to the path of self-discovery and emotional alchemy, and seeking out the support and resources you need to thrive, you can begin to transform your anxiety into a powerful teacher and guide on the path of personal growth and transformation. The journey ahead may be uncertain at times, but trust in the wisdom of your own inner guidance and the support of those around you. With courage, compassion, and a willingness to embrace the full spectrum of your emotional experience, you can begin to alchemize your anxiety into a source of strength, resilience, and profound personal growth. Chapter 34. Transforming Anxiety into Mindful Presence. Anxiety is a pervasive and often debilitating emotion that affects millions of people worldwide. At its core, anxiety is a state of heightened arousal and fear, characterized by racing thoughts, physical tension, and a sense of impending danger or doom. While anxiety can serve a protective function in situations of real threat, it often becomes chronic and excessive, interfering with daily life and causing significant distress. Transforming anxiety into mindful presence is a powerful way to alchemize this challenging emotion into a source of greater peace, clarity, and resilience. Mindfulness is the practice of bringing one's full attention to the present moment, without judgment or resistance. When we are caught in the grip of anxiety, our minds are often stuck in the future, worrying about potential threats or catastrophes that may or may not come to pass. By practicing mindfulness, we can learn to anchor ourselves in the present moment and cultivate a sense of grounded awareness and stability amidst the chaos of anxious thoughts and feelings. One of the most effective mindfulness practices for managing anxiety is deep breathing. When we are anxious, our breathing tends to become shallow and rapid, exacerbating the physical symptoms of anxiety, such as increased heart rate and muscle tension. By taking slow, deep breaths from the diaphragm, we can activate the body's natural relaxation response, calming the nervous system and reducing the intensity of anxious sensations. To practice deep breathing, find a comfortable seated position and close your eyes. Place one hand on your belly and one hand on your chest. Inhale deeply through your nose, feeling your belly expand as you fill your lungs with air. Hold the breath for a moment, then exhale slowly through your mouth, feeling your belly contract as you release the air. Continue this practice for several minutes, focusing your attention on the sensation of the breath moving in and out of your body. If your mind wanders to anxious thoughts or worries, simply notice them without judgment and gently redirect your attention back to the breath. With regular practice, deep breathing can become a powerful tool for calming the mind and body in moments of anxiety and cultivating a sense of mindful presence and grounded awareness. In addition to deep breathing, mindfulness meditation is another effective practice for transforming anxiety. Mindfulness meditation involves sitting quietly and focusing one's attention on the present moment, observing thoughts, feelings, and sensations without judgment or reactivity. When we practice mindfulness meditation, we learn to see anxious thoughts and feelings as temporary phenomena, rather than fixed realities. We develop the capacity to observe our anxiety with a sense of curiosity and detachment, rather than getting caught up in the story of our fears and worries. To practice mindfulness meditation, find a quiet and comfortable space where you can sit undisturbed for 10-20 minutes. Sit in a comfortable position, either on a cushion or in a chair, with your spine straight and your eyes closed. Begin by taking a few deep breaths, feeling the sensation of the breath moving in and out of your body. Then, simply observe your thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they arise, without trying to change or control them. If you notice yourself getting caught up in anxious thoughts or worries, simply note them with a label such as thinking or worrying, and gently redirect your attention back to the present moment. You can also use an anchor such as the breath, a mantra, or a bodily sensation to help keep your attention grounded in the present. With regular practice, mindfulness meditation can help to cultivate a greater sense of clarity, calm, and resilience in the face of anxiety. By learning to observe our anxious thoughts and feelings with a sense of detachment and curiosity, we can begin to see them as passing phenomena, rather than fixed realities that define us. Mindful presence is not just a formal practice, but a way of being that we can cultivate throughout our daily lives. Whenever we notice ourselves getting caught up in anxious thoughts or worries, we can pause and take a few deep breaths, grounding ourselves in the present moment. We can also practice mindfulness in our daily activities, such as eating, walking, or doing household chores. By bringing our full attention to the sensory experience of the present moment, we can cultivate a greater sense of presence, joy, and ease, even amidst the challenges and uncertainties of life. Transforming anxiety into mindful presence is a gradual and ongoing process, and it requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to face discomfort and uncertainty. There will likely be moments when anxiety feels overwhelming, and when the pull of worries and fears feels stronger than our capacity for mindful awareness. In these moments, it can be helpful to reach out for support from a therapist, counselor, or trusted friend or family member. Sharing our struggles with others can help to normalize our experiences and provide a sense of connection and validation that can be deeply healing. Transforming anxiety into mindful presence is not about eliminating anxiety altogether, but about changing our relationship to it. By learning to observe our anxious thoughts and feelings with a sense of curiosity, compassion, and detachment, we can begin to see them as passing phenomena, rather than fixed realities that define us. We can cultivate a greater sense of resilience, clarity, and inner peace, even amidst the challenges and uncertainties of life. We can learn to trust in our own capacity for healing and growth, and to find moments of joy, ease, and connection, even in the midst of struggle. The path of transforming anxiety into mindful presence is a deeply personal and transformative one, and it requires a willingness to face our fears and discomforts with courage and compassion. But the rewards of this work are immeasurable: a life of greater freedom, authenticity, and inner peace, grounded in the power of mindful presence and self-compassion. With dedication, patience, and a commitment to the practices of mindfulness and self-care, anyone can learn to alchemize the pain of anxiety into the gold of mindful presence and inner resilience. The journey may be challenging at times, but the destination, a life of greater ease, joy, and connection, is truly worth the effort. Chapter 35. Reframing anxiety as a messenger. Anxiety, while often experienced as a distressing and unwanted emotion, can also serve as a powerful messenger, pointing us towards unmet needs, hidden fears, or areas of our lives that require attention and transformation. By learning to listen to and interpret the messages beneath our anxiety, we can begin to harness its energy for personal growth and positive change. One of the key principles of reframing anxiety is to approach it with curiosity and openness, rather than judgment or avoidance. When we feel the familiar stirrings of anxiety in our bodies and minds, our first instinct may be to push it away, distract ourselves, or numb out with unhealthy coping mechanisms. However, by cultivating a more mindful and accepting relationship with anxiety, we can begin to explore what it might be trying to tell us. We can ask ourselves questions like, what is this anxiety trying to protect me from? What unmet needs or desires might be fueling this feeling? What changes or actions might this anxiety be calling me to take? By engaging with these questions from a place of non-judgmental curiosity, we can start to uncover the deeper wisdom and intelligence that lies beneath our anxiety. We can begin to see it not as an enemy to be conquered, but as a valuable ally and guide on the path of personal growth and transformation. One common message that anxiety may be sending is that we are not living in alignment with our true values, needs, or desires. When we are chronically anxious, it may be a sign that we are neglecting important aspects of our well-being, such as self-care, boundaries, or authentic self-expression. For example, if we are constantly worried about pleasing others or meeting external expectations, our anxiety may be a signal that we need to reconnect with our own inner voice and priorities. If we are overwhelmed by the demands of work or family life, our anxiety may be a call to create more balance, rest, and self-nurturing in our daily routines. By tuning into these messages and taking steps to address the underlying issues, we can begin to alleviate the root causes of our anxiety and cultivate a greater sense of inner peace and alignment. Another common message that anxiety may be conveying is that we are holding on to limiting beliefs, fears, or past traumas that are no longer serving us. Anxiety is often rooted in a sense of vulnerability or lack of control, and it can be triggered by experiences or situations that remind us of past hurts or failures. For example, if we experienced rejection or abandonment in childhood, we may feel intense anxiety in romantic relationships, fearing that we will be hurt or betrayed again. If we have a history of academic or professional setbacks, we may feel anxious when faced with new challenges or opportunities, doubting our ability to succeed. By bringing awareness to these underlying fears and beliefs, we can start to challenge and reframe them in a more empowering way. We can remind ourselves of our inherent worth and resilience, and develop new self-talk and coping strategies that support our growth and healing. This process of reframing anxiety often involves a willingness to sit with discomfort and uncertainty, knowing that growth and change often happen outside of our comfort zones. It means learning to trust in our own inner resources and the support of others, even when the path ahead feels scary or unknown. One powerful tool for reframing anxiety is the practice of mindfulness meditation. By learning to observe our anxious thoughts and sensations with curiosity and non-attachment, we can start to create space between ourselves and the anxiety, recognizing that it is a temporary experience rather than a fixed reality. Through regular mindfulness practice, we can cultivate a greater sense of inner calm and perspective, even in the face of intense anxiety. We can learn to respond to anxiety with compassion and care, rather than judgment or reactivity. Another helpful strategy for reframing anxiety is to focus on the present moment and the small, concrete steps we can take to meet our needs and move towards our goals. When anxiety takes over, it can be easy to get caught up in worst-case scenarios or overwhelming fears about the future. By bringing our attention back to the here and now, and identifying the specific actions we can take to address our concerns and care for ourselves, we can start to feel more grounded and empowered. We can break down large, anxiety-provoking tasks into smaller, more manageable steps, and celebrate our progress along the way. Reframing anxiety as a messenger also involves a willingness to seek support and resources when needed. While it is important to develop our own inner resources and coping strategies, there may be times when the intensity of our anxiety requires additional help and guidance. This might involve working with a therapist or counselor who can provide a safe and non-judgmental space to explore the root causes of our anxiety and develop new tools for managing it. It may also involve connecting with supportive friends, family members, or community groups who can offer encouragement, validation, and practical assistance. Transforming anxiety through the process of reframing is not a one-time event, but an ongoing practice that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to face discomfort and uncertainty. There may be setbacks and challenges along the way, as old patterns of anxiety and avoidance resurface. However, by staying committed to the path of growth and self-discovery, and trusting in the wisdom of our own inner guidance, we can gradually learn to alchemize even the most intense experiences of anxiety into opportunities for healing, empowerment, and transformation. We can begin to see anxiety not as a weakness or flaw, but as a sacred messenger, pointing us towards a life of greater authenticity, resilience, and purpose. We can learn to meet ourselves with kindness and understanding, even in the midst of our struggles, knowing that every challenge holds the potential for profound growth and awakening. The path of reframing anxiety is a courageous and worthwhile one, filled with opportunities for self-discovery, connection, and transformation. With each step we take towards greater self-awareness and self-compassion, we open ourselves up to a life of greater peace, joy, and emotional freedom. If you are struggling with anxiety, know that you are not alone, and that healing and transformation are possible. By committing to the path of emotional alchemy and seeking out the support and resources you need to thrive, you can begin to reframe your anxiety as a powerful teacher and guide on the journey of personal growth and empowerment. Trust in the wisdom of your own inner guidance, and know that every moment of anxiety holds the potential for profound insight, healing, and transformation. With patience, courage, and an open heart, you can learn to listen to the messages beneath your anxiety and use them to fuel your growth and evolution in ways you never could have imagined. Chapter 36. Building Resilience and Coping Skills. Anxiety is a complex and often overwhelming emotion that can leave us feeling helpless, exhausted, and emotionally drained. While mindfulness and cognitive reframing are powerful tools for transforming anxiety, they are not always enough on their own to manage the daily challenges and stressors that can trigger anxious thoughts and feelings. Building resilience and coping skills is a crucial component of the emotional alchemy process, one that can help us weather the storms of anxiety with greater ease, flexibility, and self-compassion. Resilience is the capacity to bounce back from adversity, to adapt to change and uncertainty, and to find meaning and growth in the face of challenges. Coping skills, on the other hand, are the specific strategies and techniques we use to manage stress, regulate our emotions, and take care of ourselves in the moment. Together, resilience and coping skills form a powerful toolkit for navigating the ups and downs of anxiety and cultivating greater emotional well-being. One of the foundational elements of building resilience is developing a strong sense of self-efficacy, or the belief in our own ability to handle challenges and achieve our goals. When we feel confident in our own strengths and capabilities, we are more likely to approach anxiety with a sense of empowerment and agency, rather than helplessness or despair. Self-efficacy can be cultivated through a variety of means, such as setting and achieving small, manageable goals, seeking out opportunities for mastery and growth, and surrounding ourselves with supportive and encouraging people who believe in our potential. We can also build self-efficacy by reframing setbacks and failures as opportunities for learning and growth, rather than signs of inadequacy or weakness. By adopting a growth mindset, we can view challenges as chances to develop new skills, insights, and strategies, rather than as threats to our self-worth or competence. In addition to self-efficacy, building resilience also involves cultivating a sense of purpose and meaning in our lives. When we feel connected to something larger than ourselves, whether it be a personal passion, a social cause, or a spiritual practice, we are more likely to find the strength and motivation to persevere through difficult times. Cultivating a sense of purpose can involve exploring our values, interests, and strengths, and finding ways to align our actions and choices with what matters most to us. It can also involve seeking out opportunities for service, contribution, and connection, and building a support network of people who share our values and aspirations. Another key component of building resilience is developing a toolkit of healthy coping skills that we can draw upon in moments of stress or anxiety. These coping skills can be divided into two broad categories: problem-focused coping and emotion-focused coping. Problem-focused coping involves taking active steps to address the source of our anxiety or stress, such as problem-solving, goal-setting, or seeking out resources and support. For example, if we are feeling anxious about an upcoming exam, problem-focused coping might involve creating a study plan, seeking out tutoring or study groups, or breaking the task down into smaller, more manageable steps. Emotion-focused coping, on the other hand, involves strategies for managing our emotional response to stress or anxiety, such as relaxation techniques, self-care practices, or seeking out emotional support from others. For example, if we are feeling overwhelmed by anxious thoughts, emotion-focused coping might involve practicing deep breathing or progressive muscle relaxation, engaging in a calming activity like art or music, or reaching out to a trusted friend or therapist for support. Some specific coping skills that can be particularly helpful for managing anxiety include mindfulness meditation. As discussed in the previous chapter, mindfulness meditation involves bringing our full attention to the present moment, without judgment or reactivity. By practicing mindfulness regularly, we can cultivate a greater sense of calm, clarity, and emotional regulation, even in the face of anxiety-provoking situations. Physical exercise. Engaging in regular physical activity, such as walking, jogging, or yoga, can help to reduce stress and anxiety by releasing endorphins, improving sleep, and promoting a sense of well-being and self-efficacy. Creative expression. Engaging in creative activities, such as writing, drawing, or music making, can provide a healthy outlet for our emotions and help to promote a sense of flow and engagement, which can be particularly helpful when we are feeling stuck or overwhelmed by anxiety. Social support. Seeking out the support and companionship of others can be a powerful antidote to anxiety and loneliness. Whether it be through spending time with loved ones, joining a support group or club, or volunteering in our community, building and maintaining social connections can help to promote resilience and emotional well-being. Time in nature. Spending time in natural environments, such as parks, forests, or beaches, can have a calming and restorative effect on our minds and bodies. Nature has been shown to reduce stress, improve mood, and promote a sense of connection and perspective, all of which can be helpful when we are feeling anxious or overwhelmed. Building resilience and coping skills is an ongoing process, one that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to experiment and learn from our experiences. There will likely be times when our coping strategies feel inadequate or ineffective, and when the intensity of our anxiety feels too great to bear. In these moments, it can be helpful to remind ourselves that resilience is not about never struggling or never feeling anxious, but about developing the capacity to bounce back and find meaning and growth in the face of challenges. By viewing setbacks and struggles as opportunities for learning and development, we can cultivate a sense of empowerment and agency, even in the midst of difficult times. Transforming anxiety into resilience and coping is a deeply personal and individual journey, one that will look different for everyone based on their unique needs, strengths, and life circumstances. What works for one person may not work for another, and it is important to approach the process with a spirit of curiosity, experimentation, and self-discovery. The key is to stay committed to the path of growth and self-care, and to surround ourselves with supportive people and resources that can help us navigate the ups and downs of the journey. With practice, patience, and self-compassion, we can gradually build a toolbox of resilience and coping skills that can help us weather any storm and emerge stronger, wiser, and more emotionally empowered on the other side. Anxiety may always be a part of our lives to some degree, but by cultivating resilience and coping skills, we can learn to relate to it in a more balanced, compassionate, and empowered way. We can begin to see anxiety not as an enemy to be fought or eliminated, but as a teacher and guide, pointing us towards greater self-awareness, growth, and emotional freedom. The path of building resilience and coping skills is a brave and worthwhile one, and it holds the potential for profound transformation and healing. With each step we take towards greater self-care, self-compassion, and emotional regulation, we open ourselves up to a life of greater peace, purpose, and fulfillment. So let us walk this path with courage, curiosity, and an open heart, trusting in our own innate capacity for resilience and growth. Chapter 37. Integrating Emotional Alchemy into Daily Life. Emotional alchemy is not just a set of techniques or strategies to be used in isolation, but a way of being that can be integrated into every aspect of our daily lives. By bringing the principles and practices of emotional alchemy into our relationships, work, and personal growth, we can cultivate a greater sense of emotional resilience, authenticity, and fulfillment. One of the key ways to integrate emotional alchemy into daily life is to develop a regular practice of mindfulness and self-reflection. This means setting aside dedicated time each day to check in with ourselves, observe our thoughts and feelings, and cultivate a sense of presence and awareness. This practice can take many forms, such as sitting meditation, journaling, or simply taking a few moments to breathe deeply and tune into our inner experience. The goal is not to achieve a particular state of calm or happiness, but rather to develop a more intimate and accepting relationship with ourselves in all of our complexity and diversity. By making mindfulness and self-reflection a regular part of our daily routine, we create a foundation of self-awareness and self-compassion that can support us in navigating the challenges and opportunities of life with greater ease and grace. We become more attuned to our own needs and boundaries, and more skilled at communicating them to others in a clear and assertive way. Another way to integrate emotional alchemy into daily life is to approach our relationships and interactions with others as opportunities for growth and connection. This means bringing a spirit of curiosity, empathy, and non-judgment to our conversations and conflicts, and seeking to understand and appreciate the perspectives and experiences of others. When we encounter difficult emotions or tensions in our relationships, we can use the tools of emotional alchemy to navigate them with greater skill and compassion. This might involve taking a moment to breathe and ground ourselves before responding, or using I statements to express our own feelings and needs in a non-blaming way. It might also involve practicing active listening and reflection, seeking to understand the underlying needs and fears that may be driving the other person's behavior, and looking for ways to find common ground and mutual understanding. By approaching our relationships with a growth mindset and a willingness to learn and adapt, we can transform even the most challenging interactions into opportunities for greater intimacy, trust, and connection. Integrating emotional alchemy into our work and professional lives can also be a powerful way to cultivate greater purpose, creativity, and resilience. This might involve setting intentions for how we want to show up and contribute in our work, and aligning our actions and choices with our deepest values and passions. It might also involve using the tools of emotional alchemy to navigate the inevitable stresses and challenges of the workplace, such as deadlines, conflicts, or setbacks. By practicing mindfulness and self-care, seeking out support and collaboration, and reframing obstacles as opportunities for growth and learning, we can cultivate a greater sense of engagement, fulfillment, and impact in our work. Integrating emotional alchemy into our personal growth and development is perhaps the most fundamental way to bring this practice into our daily lives. This means approaching every experience and emotion as an opportunity for self-discovery, healing, and transformation, and trusting in our own inner wisdom and resilience to guide us through the ups and downs of the journey. This might involve setting intentions for our personal growth, such as developing greater self-awareness, self-compassion, or authentic self-expression, and taking steps each day to align our actions and choices with these intentions. It might involve seeking out new experiences and challenges that push us outside of our comfort zones, and using the tools of emotional alchemy to navigate the fears and doubts that arise along the way. It might also involve developing a regular practice of self-care and self-nurturing, such as engaging in activities that bring us joy, relaxation, and renewal, and surrounding ourselves with supportive and inspiring people and environments. By making our personal growth and well-being a priority, we create a strong foundation from which to weather the storms of life and pursue our deepest dreams and aspirations. Integrating emotional alchemy into daily life is a lifelong journey, one that requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to embrace the full spectrum of human experience. There will be times when we fall short of our intentions, or when the challenges of life feel overwhelming and insurmountable. In these moments, it is essential to extend compassion and forgiveness to ourselves, and to trust in the inherent resilience and wisdom of our being. By staying committed to the path of emotional alchemy and surrounding ourselves with supportive and inspiring allies, we can gradually transform even the most difficult experiences into opportunities for growth, healing, and awakening. The beauty of emotional alchemy is that it is not a one-size-fits-all approach, but a deeply personal and individualized path that honors the unique needs, strengths, and experiences of each person. What works for one person may not work for another, and it is up to each of us to discover and cultivate the practices and perspectives that resonate most deeply with our own hearts and minds. As we integrate emotional alchemy into our daily lives, we may find that our relationship with ourselves and others begins to shift in profound and unexpected ways. We may discover a greater sense of inner peace, clarity, and purpose, and a deeper capacity for love, compassion, and connection with all of life. We may also find that our experiences of difficult emotions, such as anxiety, anger, or grief, become more manageable and transformative, as we learn to alchemize them into sources of insight, creativity, and resilience. We may even begin to see these emotions as sacred messengers, guiding us towards greater wholeness, authenticity, and alignment with our deepest truths. The path of integrating emotional alchemy into daily life is a rich and rewarding one, filled with both challenges and opportunities for profound personal and collective transformation. It requires a willingness to be vulnerable, to take risks, and to trust in the inherent wisdom and goodness of our being, even in the face of uncertainty and change. But the rewards of this path are immeasurable: a life of greater emotional freedom, resilience, and connection, in which we can show up more fully and authentically in all of our relationships and endeavors. A life in which we can harness the full power of our emotions for the highest good of ourselves and the world, and co-create a future of greater peace, justice, and flourishing for all. So if you feel called to walk the path of emotional alchemy, know that you are not alone, and that there is a vast community of fellow travelers and guides to support and inspire you along the way. Trust in the wisdom of your own inner guidance, and know that every step you take towards greater emotional awareness and mastery is a gift to yourself and the world. With dedication, compassion, and an open heart, you can learn to integrate the principles and practices of emotional alchemy into every aspect of your being, and to live a life of profound meaning, purpose, and joy. The journey may be challenging at times, but the rewards: a life of greater wholeness, connection, and emotional freedom are truly worth the effort. Chapter 38: Cultivating Emotional Intelligence and Wisdom. Emotional intelligence and wisdom are essential qualities for anyone seeking to master the art of emotional alchemy. These capacities allow us to navigate the complexities of our inner and outer worlds with greater skill, resilience, and compassion, and to use our emotions as a source of insight, creativity, and transformation. At its core, emotional intelligence involves the ability to accurately perceive, understand, and manage our own emotions, as well as the emotions of others. This includes skills such as self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, and social intelligence, which enable us to communicate effectively, build strong relationships, and make sound decisions in the face of emotional challenges. Developing self-awareness is perhaps the most fundamental aspect of emotional intelligence. This means tuning into our own thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations with curiosity and acceptance, and learning to identify and name our emotions as they arise. One powerful tool for cultivating self-awareness is the practice of mindfulness meditation, which involves bringing our full attention to the present moment with openness and non-judgment. By regularly engaging in mindfulness, we can develop a clearer and more objective understanding of our own emotional landscape, and learn to respond to our emotions with greater skill and compassion. Self-regulation, or the ability to manage our own emotions in healthy and adaptive ways, is another key component of emotional intelligence. This involves developing a toolkit of strategies for navigating difficult emotions, such as deep breathing, cognitive reframing, or seeking support from others. It also means learning to set healthy boundaries and communicate our needs assertively, rather than suppressing or avoiding our emotions altogether. By practicing self-regulation, we can develop greater emotional resilience and flexibility, and learn to use our emotions as a source of motivation and guidance, rather than being controlled by them. Empathy, or the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is another essential skill for emotional intelligence. This involves actively listening to others, recognizing their unique perspectives and experiences, and responding with compassion and understanding. By cultivating empathy, we can build stronger and more authentic relationships, resolve conflicts more effectively, and contribute to a more compassionate and inclusive world. We can also use empathy to better understand and navigate the social and emotional dynamics of groups and organizations, and to lead with greater sensitivity and effectiveness. Social intelligence, or the ability to navigate social situations with skill and grace, is closely related to empathy. This involves understanding social norms and cues, communicating effectively with others, and building strong networks of support and collaboration. By developing social intelligence, we can create more fulfilling and meaningful connections with others, and use our relationships as a source of emotional support, learning, and growth. We can also become more effective leaders, communicators, and change agents, able to inspire and mobilize others towards shared goals and values. Cultivating emotional wisdom, or the capacity to use our emotions as a source of insight and guidance, is perhaps the highest level of emotional intelligence. This involves learning to trust and follow our own inner wisdom, even in the face of uncertainty or adversity. Emotional wisdom means recognizing that our emotions are not just random or irrational impulses, but rather a deep source of intelligence and creativity that can guide us towards our deepest values and aspirations. It means learning to listen to the messages and insights that our emotions are trying to convey, and using them to inform our choices and actions in the world. One way to cultivate emotional wisdom is through the practice of self-reflection and introspection, such as journaling, art, or contemplative practices. By regularly taking time to explore our inner world, we can develop a deeper understanding of our own emotional patterns and tendencies, and learn to use them as a source of self-knowledge and growth. We can also cultivate emotional wisdom by seeking out diverse perspectives and experiences, and learning from the wisdom of others who have faced similar challenges and triumphs. By engaging in dialogue and collaboration with others, we can expand our own emotional repertoire and develop greater empathy and understanding for the human experience. Developing emotional intelligence and wisdom is a lifelong journey, one that requires ongoing practice, self-reflection, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty. There will be times when our emotions feel overwhelming or confusing, and when we may struggle to find clarity and direction in the face of complex challenges. However, by staying committed to the path of emotional growth and self-discovery, and by surrounding ourselves with supportive and inspiring communities and mentors, we can gradually develop the skills and capacities needed to navigate even the most difficult emotional terrain with grace and resilience. As we cultivate greater emotional intelligence and wisdom, we may find that our relationship with ourselves and others begins to transform in profound and unexpected ways. We may discover a deeper sense of self-acceptance and self-trust, and a greater capacity for authentic and compassionate communication with others. We may also find that our emotional challenges become opportunities for growth and transformation, rather than sources of shame or self-doubt. We may even begin to see our emotions as a sacred gift, guiding us towards a life of greater purpose, meaning, and fulfillment. The path of cultivating emotional intelligence and wisdom is not always easy, but it is a path that is rich in rewards and possibilities. With each step we take towards greater self-awareness, empathy, and emotional mastery, we open ourselves up to a life of greater joy, connection, and impact in the world. We become more fully ourselves, more alive to the beauty and complexity of the human experience, and more equipped to navigate the challenges and opportunities of our time with courage, compassion, and creativity. If you feel called to walk this path, know that you have all the resources and support you need within you, and that there is a vast community of fellow travelers and guides ready to support and inspire you along the way. Trust in the wisdom of your own emotions, and know that every moment of discomfort or uncertainty is an invitation to grow and evolve in ways you never could have imagined. With patience, persistence, and an open heart, you can learn to alchemize even your most challenging emotions into a source of profound insight, healing, and transformation. Chapter 39. Sharing the Gifts of Emotional Alchemy. Emotional alchemy is not just a personal practice, but a powerful tool for social and cultural transformation. By learning to alchemize our own emotions and share the gifts of this practice with others, we can contribute to a more compassionate, resilient, and emotionally intelligent world. One of the most impactful ways to share the gifts of emotional alchemy is through leading by example. When we embody the principles and practices of emotional alchemy in our own lives, we naturally inspire and influence those around us to do the same. This means showing up in our relationships and communities with greater presence, empathy, and authenticity, and modeling healthy ways of navigating difficult emotions and conflicts. It means being willing to be vulnerable and share our own struggles and triumphs, and to create safe and supportive spaces for others to do the same. Leading by example also means using our own emotional growth and healing as a catalyst for positive change in the world. When we transform our own pain and suffering into a source of compassion and wisdom, we become more effective advocates and change agents for the causes and communities we care about. We can use our own stories and experiences to raise awareness, challenge stigma and oppression, and inspire others to take action towards a more just and equitable world. We can also use our emotional intelligence skills to build bridges across differences, foster understanding and collaboration, and create more inclusive and caring communities. Another powerful way to share the gifts of emotional alchemy is through emotional coaching and support. This involves actively listening to others, validating their emotions, and offering guidance and tools for navigating difficult experiences. Emotional coaching can take many forms, from one-on-one conversations with friends and loved ones, to facilitating support groups or workshops, to offering professional coaching or counseling services. The key is to approach emotional support with a spirit of empathy, non-judgment, and a deep belief in the inherent wisdom and resilience of each person. When we offer emotional coaching and support to others, we help to create a ripple effect of healing and transformation that extends far beyond our immediate circles. We empower others to develop their own emotional intelligence and resilience, and to become more effective leaders and change agents in their own lives and communities. We also help to create a culture of emotional honesty and authenticity, where it is safe to express and explore the full range of human emotions, and where vulnerability is seen as a strength rather than a weakness. Sharing the gifts of emotional alchemy also means advocating for systemic and cultural change that supports emotional well-being and resilience. This means working to dismantle the stigma and shame that often surrounds mental health and emotional struggles, and advocating for greater access to resources and support for those who need it. It means challenging the dominant cultural narratives that prioritize productivity, individualism, and emotional suppression over empathy, community, and authentic self-expression. It means working to create more emotionally intelligent and trauma-informed institutions and systems, from schools and workplaces to healthcare and government. By advocating for systemic change, we can help to create a world that is more supportive of emotional healing and growth, and that values the full spectrum of human experience and diversity. We can help to shift the cultural conversation around emotions and to create a more compassionate and caring society for all. Sharing the gifts of emotional alchemy is not always easy, and it requires a willingness to step outside of our comfort zones and take risks in service of a greater vision. It means being willing to have difficult conversations, to challenge the status quo, and to face resistance and backlash from those who may feel threatened by change. However, the rewards of this work are immeasurable. By sharing the gifts of emotional alchemy, we not only contribute to our own healing and growth, but also to the healing and transformation of our communities and the world at large. We help to create a world where emotional intelligence and resilience are seen as essential skills for success and well-being, and where empathy and compassion are the guiding principles of our social and political institutions. We help to build a world where everyone has the opportunity to thrive emotionally, and where the full range of human emotions is celebrated and honored as a source of wisdom and strength. Sharing the gifts of emotional alchemy is a lifelong practice, one that requires ongoing commitment, courage, and compassion. It means staying rooted in our own emotional growth and healing, while also reaching out to support and empower others on their own journeys. It means cultivating a deep sense of empathy and understanding for the struggles and triumphs of all beings, and using our own gifts and talents to create a more just, equitable, and emotionally intelligent world. If you feel called to share the gifts of emotional alchemy with others, know that you have a unique and valuable role to play in this collective journey of healing and transformation. Trust in the power of your own story and experiences, and know that every act of compassion and empowerment, no matter how small, has the potential to create ripples of positive change in the world. Sharing the gifts of emotional alchemy is not a destination, but a lifelong practice of growth, service, and connection. With each step we take towards greater emotional intelligence and resilience, we help to create a world where all beings can thrive emotionally, and where the power of our emotions is harnessed for the highest good of all. The path ahead may be uncertain and challenging at times, but it is a path that is rich in meaning, purpose, and possibility. By walking this path with courage, compassion, and a commitment to the well-being of all, we can help to alchemize even the darkest of emotions into a source of profound healing, wisdom, and transformation for ourselves and the world. Chapter 40. Embracing the journey of emotional transformation. Throughout the pages of this book, we have explored the transformative power of emotional alchemy, the art and science of transmuting negative emotions into sources of strength, wisdom, and empowerment. We have delved into the depths of anger, sadness, fear, guilt, shame, regret, loneliness, jealousy, and anxiety, and discovered the hidden gifts and opportunities for growth that lie within each of these challenging emotions. We have learned that emotional alchemy is not about eliminating or suppressing negative emotions, but rather about developing a new relationship with them, one characterized by curiosity, compassion, and a willingness to learn and grow from even the most difficult experiences. We have seen that by approaching our emotions with mindfulness, self-reflection, and a growth mindset, we can gradually transform them from sources of suffering and limitation into catalysts for profound personal and collective healing. Along the way, we have explored a wide range of tools and practices for cultivating emotional intelligence, resilience, and self-mastery. From mindfulness meditation and cognitive reframing to expressive arts and social support, we have discovered that there are many paths to emotional alchemy, each offering its own unique benefits and challenges. We have also learned that emotional alchemy is not a solitary pursuit, but a deeply relational and interpersonal one. By sharing our own emotional journeys with others, and offering empathy, support, and guidance to those who are struggling, we can create ripple effects of healing and transformation that extend far beyond ourselves. We can become emotional alchemists, not just for our own lives, but for our families, communities, and the world at large. As we come to the end of this book, it is essential to recognize that the journey of emotional alchemy is not a linear or finite one. There is no ultimate destination or endpoint to this work, no moment of final mastery or enlightenment. Rather, emotional alchemy is a lifelong practice, one that requires ongoing commitment, humility, and a willingness to embrace the full spectrum of human experience. There will be times when we feel like we have made significant progress, only to be confronted with new challenges or setbacks that test our emotional resilience. There will be moments of doubt, fear, and resistance, when the old patterns of negative emotionality threaten to pull us back into their grip. There will be periods of stagnation or plateau, when it feels like we are not making any progress at all. In these moments, it is crucial to remember that emotional alchemy is not about perfection or complete freedom from negative emotions. It is about developing a more skillful and empowered relationship with these emotions, one that allows us to harness their energy for growth, healing, and positive change. It is about cultivating the emotional intelligence and wisdom to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease, grace, and resilience. It is about learning to trust in the inherent goodness and enoughness of our being, even in the face of our most challenging emotions and experiences. As we continue on the path of emotional alchemy, it is also essential to hold space for the mystery and uncertainty of the journey. While the tools and practices outlined in this book can be incredibly helpful and transformative, they are not a guaranteed formula for success or happiness. Each person's path of emotional growth and healing will be unique, shaped by their own history, personality, and life circumstances. What works for one person may not work for another, and what feels true and resonant at one stage of the journey may shift and evolve over time. The key is to approach emotional alchemy with a spirit of openness, experimentation, and self-discovery, trusting in the wisdom of our own inner guidance to lead us towards the practices and perspectives that are most aligned with our authentic selves. Emotional alchemy is not a panacea or a quick fix for life's challenges and struggles. It is a lifelong practice of growth, healing, and self-realization, one that requires patience, perseverance, and a deep commitment to our own well-being and the well-being of all beings. But the rewards of this practice are truly immeasurable. By learning to alchemize our negative emotions into sources of strength, wisdom, and compassion, we not only transform our own lives, but also contribute to the healing and evolution of our world. We become more authentic, empowered, and resilient individuals, able to weather life's storms with grace and equanimity. We become more compassionate, empathetic, and emotionally intelligent leaders, able to create positive change in our families, workplaces, and communities. We become alchemists of our own lives, transmuting the lead of our suffering into the gold of our highest potential and purpose. We step into our power as co-creators of a more just, sustainable, and emotionally intelligent world, one in which all beings can thrive and awaken to their inherent wholeness and wisdom. As we close this chapter and this book, we invite you to take a moment to reflect on your own journey of emotional alchemy. What have been your greatest challenges and triumphs along the way? What practices and perspectives have been most helpful and transformative for you? What new insights or commitments do you want to carry forward into the next stage of your journey? Know that wherever you are in your emotional alchemy practice, you are exactly where you need to be. Trust in the perfect unfolding of your own unique path, and know that every step you take towards greater emotional intelligence and self-mastery is a powerful act of love and service to yourself and the world. May you continue to walk this path with courage, compassion, and an open heart, knowing that you are never alone, and that the universe is conspiring in every moment to support your highest growth and awakening. May you alchemize your own suffering into a source of profound wisdom, healing, and transformation, and may you shine your light brightly for all to see. The journey of emotional alchemy is the journey of a lifetime, one that is rich in mystery, challenge, and unbounded possibility. Embrace it with all your heart, and know that you have all the resources and support you need to thrive and flourish, no matter what life may bring. Here's to the next chapter of your emotional alchemy journey. May it be filled with love, laughter, and the profound joy of self-discovery and self-realization. Thank you for being a part of this transformative journey, and for bringing your own unique gifts and presence to the collective alchemy of our world.